Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Abel Jets Virtual Group live stream. I'm your host, as always, FreezingFalcon, founder and CEO of Abel Jets Virtual Group. I hope that you are all doing well wherever you are watching this live stream around the globe. And in this occasion, we'll be flying in Brazil for the first time in this YouTube channel's history. Also for me personally, I've never flown into South America before in VATSIM, that is, although I've flown once or twice with the Cessna 208 Grand Caravan offline in the Amazon jungles a few years back. Well, that's only about it about my experience flying in South America. In this time around, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be testing a new what should I call it, gadget or hardware, flight simulation hardware that I've recently purchased from Aero Supply Indonesia, which is an aviation shop for not just for pilots but for aviation geeks also. It is situated in Jakarta near Halim Perdana Kusuma International Airport slash airbase. And Halim is the secondary airport there in Jakarta, so in case that you are currently in the city. If you want to head over to Air Supply Shop, make sure that you don't go to Soekarno-Hatta International Airport, which is the primary airport in the city, because the location of their store is situated, as I've mentioned, in near Halim Perdana Kusuma Airport, which is located much more downtown than Soekarno-Hatta Airport is. The particular hardware that I'm mentioning, I was just mentioning, ladies and gentlemen, is the WinWing PFP3N flight management computer, which is basically a replica of the Boeing 737 FMC. The naming itself, it's there to, I suppose, to prevent copyright related issues. So WinWing decided to rebrand it as a PFP3N instead of, let's say, a 737 FMC or something. And it's, to be honest, one of the most, not the most, but the more affordable side of dedicated or high fidelity flight simulation hardware. It's not a joystick, it's not a throttle or rudder pedal, but it's an actual FMC which costs less than $500. Just an astonishing feat that so far only WinWing can accomplish. Unfortunately, folks, I don't necessarily have another camera, another camera that I can use to look at or to record, or not to record, but to view the FMC itself. I only have my phone, and that's about it. And I haven't really, tried to set my phone up just to set up an angle so that you guys can see the FMC. But it's right here in my room, just next to my joystick currently. Sitting idle. It's now online because obviously I've connected the simulator to the PMDG 737-700 that you're seeing there, operating for Abel Jets MCC, medium cost carrier, the mainline subsidiary of Abel Jets Virtual Group. This particular airframe is registered as Foxtrot Alpha Juliet Victor Mike and bears the nose name of Putri Retnoningrum. A local Indonesian name, that is. Excuse me for a bit there, ladies and gentlemen. So the FMC is up and running, alongside with its background lighting, which I really like. Supposedly we'll try to test that particular FMC on this flight, or on this stream. In today's journey, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be flying from the largest city in the southern hemisphere, according to Wikipedia, that is São Paulo, in Brazil, at its older Congonhas International Airport. I hope I didn't butcher that pronunciation, but if I did, I would like to apologize to my Brazilian friends and colleagues here who are watching this live stream. Yes, so we'll be departing out of Congonhas Airport in São Paulo, which is notorious for its proximity to the city center or the downtown area of São Paulo, and the location of the airport itself, which is situated on a tabletop hill. So basically, there's like this hill, and there's like a hill, and the airport sits just on top of the hill. So the runway ends, both ends, they go straight directly, like plunging into the streets and the buildings, the city buildings, just at the end of the runway. Just quite interesting and challenging in a way, or in many ways actually. In this particular journey, Australia, ladies and gentlemen, Lalu should also be joining us. He's currently setting up his flight simulator and hopefully he'll be here pretty much soon. Unfortunately, the weather is quite marginal in terms of visibility here in São Paulo currently, but nonetheless we are looking for great flights, a challenging flight for, not a challenging flight, but challenging flights for this evening's live stream, considering that we'll be flying to two destinations. The first one will be to Rio de Janeiro, Santos Dumont Airport, which is also notorious for its very short runway, or runways actually, because the airport has two parallel runways, but their lengths are just about 1,500 meters, give or take, and we are taking 737s there, which should, you know, just add a bit onto the challenge, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? We'll be conducting a turnaround at Rio de Janeiro, at Santos Dumont Airport, before then proceeding to fly to Brazil's capital city at Brasília. It will also be a very short runway to depart from, so likely we'll be needing to use flaps 15 or such for the departure. We'll just have to see. Unfortunately, we don't necessarily have any ATC coverage in Brazil this morning. But hopefully we can get some when we are at the airport, considering that it's like 9 AM in Brazil now on a Friday morning, and it's like 7 PM in where I currently live in. So yeah, a lot of time difference there, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so without further ado, enough with me rambling, let's head into the flight deck of Foxtrot Alpha Juliet Victor Mike for this morning's flight. Alright, here we are. I've set some things up, just primarily the electricals and aligning the IRS, that's all. But nonetheless, we are still in a pretty, you know, pretty basic condition, shall I say, just before flight, if that makes sense in any way. Alright, so we have Cynthia as always, our first officer for this evening flight, flying alongside with us. She's type rated for the 737NG, the Airbus A320 and the A320neo, which is obviously powered by FS2 Group. Alright, so let's start setting up, shall we?
Let's start setting up.
Okay.
There she goes. On a side note, ladies and gentlemen, our cabin crew for this evening will be, as always, powered by Say Intentions Entourage. And our lead flight attendant slash purser for this evening will be Erica. So let's greet her, shall we? Hi Erica, welcome on board this evening's flight from São Paulo, Congonhas to Rio de Janeiro, Santos Dumont. I hope that you are doing well alongside with your crewmates. Looking forward to fly alongside with you in this journey and work together. If there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, as usual, please do let me know. Looking forward for our journey this morning. Did I just say good evening there? Because it's literally evening in the city where I live in. Yeah, perhaps I would have complicated some stuff. Well, yeah, it is what it is. What's the outside air temperature currently? About 20 degrees centigrade. I suppose we can fire up the APU, shall we? going on. Interestingly, say Tensions is not recording my transmission there, so let me just try to redo that. Hi Eric, I just want to let you know that you can start the boarding process in about 5 minutes from now.
Thank you, Captain Abel.
There you go.
I'll get the crew ready to start the boarding process shortly.
Oh, she's up and running. So what was the thing that I was going to do? Come on. I haven't flown the 7-3 in about 2 weeks, but that shouldn't be a reason for me to, you know, be unproficient in this aircraft, because it's quite literally the aircraft that I fly the most. Alright, let's program the FMC for this evening's flight. Sorry, this morning's flight actually. So, going into our WinWing McDo here, or WinWing PFP3N. Going to the SimRiff route, let's set our payload, confirm that it's on kilograms, which is it is. SimRiff payload set. See, ladies and gentlemen, I'm currently not clicking any sorts of inputs in my in the screen there. It's everything is going through the WinWing app. Oh, sorry, the WinWing FMC there. The fuel has been set. We'll select the route. I'll try to upload or uplink the route there into the aircraft's FMC through the data link. Because we don't have any ATC this morning, we'll just set the transponder to 2000 on the squawk. Radios as always on 122.8. On 1, then on the secondary we'll do 121.5. And also 123.210. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are flying with us this evening, as usual, we are opening a company frequency on 123.210. In case you want to chat around or just chat alongside us through the flight. So there we go, comp-rank is set, back to Unicom we go. Checking that we are indeed on both the company frequency and on the Unicom frequency, and the pilot, which is correct, that has been set. And also, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that Thomas will also be joining us this evening. He's currently he's firing up his laptop, he said, so hopefully he'll be here momentarily. Alright, let's prepare the FMC, shall we? Alternates for this evening, ladies and gentlemen, will be... Let me just try to open Navigraph first and import our flight plan. As usual, we are planning 3 alternates, which is the SOP for Abel Jets Virtual Group. go. Just runway 17 right, 2 knots tailwind via to Alpha departure. Yeah, this is for the RNPAR, isn't it? We'll just do the RNP Lima. Approach it to Santos Dumont. Go. This will be quite an interesting approach, ladies and gentlemen, considering that we'll need to do a U-turn on approach, which will be very, very, very challenging. Our alternates will be, as I've mentioned, your sim brief. Let me try to find sim brief on my iPad here and open it side by side with Navigraph. Abel 580, cruising at level 290. Alternates will be Sierra Bravo, Charlie Foxtrot, then what? No, not Sierra Delta, so the Bravo, Charlie Foxtrot, then to Sierra Bravo, Golf Romeo. That is the other airport in in São Paulo, the primary international airport. Can't really remember its name, unfortunately. And then the final one will be Sierra Bravo Sierra Juliet, isn't it? Yeah. That gives the alternates. Go back to the init page. Go to perf init request. Let's check the weather. So in São Paulo. The Congonhas, the local QRH is 1020, pretty high. Visibility is at about 8,000 meters there, as we can see. 2020, shuttle 1203. Set load the cruising. Sorry, the perf init will be cruising at level 290. Departure runway 17 right via 2 Alpha SID with the Nobre transition into the FMC. Here we go, and that goes with that in our navigation display. What else? First in it, I will request the wind data here, so we'll do wind request. Whilst it does that, let's tune in into the ILS frequency for runway 17 right, just to, you know, get more lateral navigation aids on departure. So 109er 169er. Load the wind data. 109er 3. It goes 1, 2. So winds are pretty strong there, folks. About 24 knots at cruise. Load the arrival wind forecast, and there goes that. Local QRH in Rio is currently at 1 1016, not that much of a difference.
Monitor radar display. Glide slope.
There goes Cynthia
Go
testing
around.
the
Ahead.
PPWS
Wind
of
shear.
the aircraft.
Wind shear. Wind shear.
1016, set.
Terrain. Pull up.
Set the course to
Airspeed low.
track of 169.
Sink rate. Pull up. Terrain. Pull
Here's
up.
one.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Gear. Too low. Flaps. Too low. Terrain. Glide slope. Bank angle. Bank angle.
Approaching minimums.
That is set.
Minimums.
The heading bump now.
2,500. 1,000. 500. 400.
Let's see, what's the transition
300.
altitude here in
200.
São Paulo,
100.
Congonhas, 8,000 feet that is.
50. 40. 30. 20.
So we'll just
10.
set 8,000 here for the transition altitude.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
About 22 degrees
low,
centigrade now
terrain.
to power up the APU. And then we can instruct, we can inform Erica that she can start the boarding process now.
TCAS test. Pass.
The APU. Flight test. Looking good on the overheads. On the FMC as well, which in the PFP3N folk, if I do that light test, all of the lights in the actual unit, the actual hardware, they light up, which is very, very cool. Alright, that test is complete. Hi Eric, I just want to let you know that you can start the boarding process now. Thank you. It's relatively brief.
Thank you, Captain Abel. I'll inform the crew and we'll begin the boarding process right away. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Abel Jets Flight 580, service from São Paulo to Rio de Janeiro. We are now ready to begin boarding. Please have your boarding passes ready and
There we
ensure
go.
that your carry-on luggage is within the size limits. We look forward to welcoming you on board.
Catering vehicles are on their way.
Start the boarding process.
Boarding requested.
Got the jetway already connected there. Alright, let's do the pre-flight checklist, shall we? Sir, pre-flight checklist, please.
Pre-flight checklist.
Oxygen.
Tested 100%.
Tested 100%.
Tested 100%. Navigation transfer and display switches.
Normal also.
Normal auto. Windows heat. On. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Flight instruments.
The other bus. Heading 259er, altimeter 1020.
Heading 259. Altimeter 1020.
Heading 259. Altimeter 1020. Parking brake.
Is set.
Set.
Engine start levers.
Cut off.
Cut off.
Pre-flight checklist completed.
Set these number counters to match our flight number there, 580. There we go. We'll also immediately do our arrival planning here to Rio, just to be early there. Asala 1 Alpha via the cabin transition, and I think that's the RNAV Bravo for the approach. Oh, RNAV Lima actually. RNAV Lima via the Khalid transition. I'll take a look into the route page. Just trying to confirm that, hopefully it matches. So we'll use the step function here. include. And there, folks, that's the left turn, the dreadful level, almost like a U-turn into the runway. We'll execute that. Go back to the plan page. Sorry, the map page. We'll set a 50-mile radius ring on São Paulo in case that we have any source of emergency right after V1 and or right after airborne. 16915. We'll take that. Then on to Rio. Will be runway 02 right. The runway heading later on will be 020. It's off for just for situational awareness purposes. 0205, sorry, 15, 02010 and 020 of 5. I guess that. Let's take a look outside. See the boarding process is currently well underway, and the catering service is also completed, appears to be. Hi Eric, I just wanted to ask you regarding the boarding process. How are things going on back there? Everything okay? Oops, we got hit-footed by...
Hello, Captain Abel. Everything is going smoothly back here. The boarding process is underway, and we're making sure everyone is settled in comfortably. If there's anything else you need, just let me know. Thank you.
Roger that, thank you. You know what, folks, it appears that the terminal here has an interior. There we go.
Welcome, Captain Abel.
Which means we can take some beautiful screenshots outside.
Let me know.
There. Somewhere around there. Just move the F-AJVM group panel slightly here. There we go. Quite a cool view, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Alright, whilst the boarding process is ongoing, I think we can do the departure briefing now. And I suppose we'll also do the arrival briefing for the charts now, considering that's quite a short route. The distance between two cities are just about 190 nautical miles, give or take. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, this morning we'll be flying from Congonhas, Deputado, Freitas, Nobre, International Airport in São Paulo, Brazil. We are currently sitting at stand number 7. The active runway is currently this one, runway 17 right. Winds showing about 6 knots of crosswind there, and 2 winds of tailwind component. We're pushing back, facing to the north, expecting taxiway Mike and holding short of Echo there. These are the diagrams for the airport itself. We'll have to notice that there are some hot spots around the aerodrome, especially HS2 and HS1 there. Includes some risk of runway incursion into the threshold of runway 17 right and risk of damage by jet blast from aircraft on taxiway Echo. The departure itself is going to be quite straightforward, ladies and gentlemen. for the first leg. We'll be departing on the 417 right, as mentioned, via the
Hi guys, here's the load sheet for you.
Thank you.
No problem, have a safe
via
day.
the Bayan 2 Alpha on after departure out of runway 17 right. Initial climb will be to 8,000 feet, which is the transition altitude in São Paulo. The minimum climb altitude there is 3,400 feet before continuing on the left turn to straight up Papa 102. The MSA around the aerodrome, reference point ARP there, is about 4,500 feet on the southeastern side and 5,000 feet on the eastern side, which we'll need to take into consideration, not considering that the airport is situated in a very downtown location, and there may be lots of tall buildings surrounding the aerodrome, which, you know, increases the MSA height there around the airport reference point. We'll be then proceeding towards Bayan, then into Nobre. But where's Nobre? Alright, there we go. Yeah, so we'll be flying this way into Nobre. Then after Nobre, our transition point will be to waypoint Kevin, just the transition waypoint for our departure. And as you can see here in Navgraph, it's a very short flight, although not as short as the previous flight we've flown in the 737, which was from Medan to Penang. I think that was like last week. This one is slightly longer than that, but nonetheless still a short flight. Our arrival into Santos Dumont, ladies and gentlemen, will be taking us via the Asalu 1 Alpha arrival into runway 02 right. The transition level is set to be by ATC, but we'll just arm 8,000 feet in case that there is no ATC active in the region. Initial fix on the stall will be at Kevin, then onto Romeo Juliet 307, which has these altitude constraints, maximum of level 110 and minimum at level 090, then to 021 308, which has this altitude constraint where we must be at flight level 080, and then at Asalo we also must be at 7,000 feet. Then at the IAF, initial approach fix around Galutz will be at 6,000 feet. As you can see there, lots of terrain around the airfield, with the MSA soaring up to here 11,500 feet and about flight level 9,500 feet there on the north side of the aerodrome, which is quite high. These are some nearby airports, Sierra Bravo Alpha Foxtrot and the primary Rio airport, Galileo Antonio Carlos Jobim, Sierra Bravo Golf Lima, on the northern side of the city. The approach itself into Rio will be quite complex, ladies and gentlemen. Nope. Who's this? Oh, it's Lalo, ladies and gentlemen. He's flying an American Airlines Airbus A320 WCB. His call sign for this evening is American 1. Sorry, American 125. No, he's flying an A300, ladies and gentlemen, which I don't think it's certified to fly into Rio. But he said to me that he wants to add some challenge into this morning trip. So be it. There he goes. Unfortunately, he's being represented as an A319 there. Oh my god, the lag just spiked. That's not good, is it? It's get back here to the terminal where the FPS is much more stable. Yeah, the scenery definitely needs some optimization. Let's check my model matching. It wasn't this laggy, wasn't it? There we go, much better now. It appears that the boarding process has complete. We're still waiting for Thomas to show up, hopefully anytime soon. There he goes, there goes Lalu in the American A319. Although he's actually flying an A300, ladies and gentlemen. Because I don't think I have the model matching file for the A300 in American Airlines livery. I only have it in Southeast Asian color schemes such as Garuda, Malaysian Airlines and Thai Airways, if I remember correctly. Alright, continuing our approach brief. So, we'll be taking the RNP Lima into runway 02 right in Rio. Final approach course will be a 139er with a minimum of 2,510 feet. We'll input that now, I suppose. Barrel winds will be 2510, isn't it? At that with 40 it'll be 2540. Just gotta be patient at this. Just to scroll down through the minimum altitude selector here, take some time. But again, as usual, ladies and gentlemen, patience is the name of the game. Two 540 is our. Oh, sorry, that was our. No, that's our platform altitude. Goodness me, our minimums will be. Hold on a minute. Not available. That is interesting. Visual prescribed track. Yeah, where are the minimums? Do they have a separate chart for that? According to the ARs, the AR, which is the authorization required approaches, the minimum is around 305 feet there. We'll just use that now. So reset. Oh no. Have to scroll back down, ladies and gentlemen, apologies for that. So 305 plus 40, it'll be 345 feet. In terms of barometric altitude. I mean, considering Rio is situated at sea level, I was wondering why would the barometers be so high, even though we're flying the last part of the approach manually. It could haven't been that high. So 345 is set. Right, continuing our arrival brief into Rio. Platform altitude 2,510 feet. The MSA around the airport reference point, as we've discussed, we are coming from the west, will be 6,300 feet, then around 5,000 on the south, and 9,500 feet on the north. We'll think about the terrain. And what will make the approach again harder is that there is a hill here, somewhere around here. You'll need to evade in order to land at the airport. In case of a misapproach, we'll climb to 3,000 feet, maintain course 132 until Romeo Juliet 049er. After that, we'll maintain course 131 until Romeo Juliet 051, then climbing to 5,500 on course 131 up to everywhere, somewhere around there for holding the complex. Transition level by ATC, but we'll just set 7,000 there. In case we don't have any. It's a standard 3-degree glide path all the way to touchdown, and the minimums as discussed about 350 knots, although, sorry, 345 feet, although it's not actually available here. Runway course is on 020 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 020, so this is the visual prescribed track for the approach itself into runway 02 right at Rio, Santos Dumont. So from runway Juliet 048, we'll disconnect the autopilot here. We'll fly manually on a heading of 175. We'll just, no, there we go. Heading 175, flying over the Botafogo beach, then turning into 020 on a heading of 020 for touchdown. There is this Sugarloaf hill on the south side of the aerodrome, which we need to take into consideration, considering that it's very close in proximity to the airfield. And this particular hill, it has a cable car, ladies and gentlemen, which you know, like terminates somewhere around here, but the cables are pretty high, which, you know, can pose some serious threat to the aircraft. Special parameters, obstacles of the visual maneuvering not consideration for MDA determination, below field. This is interesting. Also, there's like the aforementioned cable car track near Sugarloaf Hill, or at Sugarloaf Hill actually. And ladies and gentlemen, Thomas is here, just next to us, funnily enough, in an A321, an Abel Jets A321. Alright. Ta-da! There he is. Oh, I'll activate the company frequency. Company frequency calling Abel 10. Oh, it's not there yet. But folks, it appears that I'm the only one flying a quote-unquote reasonable aircraft into Rio de Janeiro in this first leg. See? Thomas is flying an A321, ladies and gentlemen, which I don't think it's certified or permitted to fly to Rio. But yeah, so be it. It's not a VATSIM event, or like, you know, on particular occasions where you need to be serious. Abel Jets, after all, is more like a casual airline, a casual virtual airline, than it is to a serious one. Take a look at that jetway, folks. Quite an interesting position, isn't it? Let's try to move the camera then to Lalu's position. Just do it a bit quickly here, save up some time. And Lalu here, ladies and gentlemen, although he's represented by an A319, which is certified to fly into Santos Dumont, he's actually flying an A300, which is not. You're right. I think this angle should be good. Yeah, but unfortunately his nose is clipped by the jetway there, so try to move it slightly here. Should be good. Alright, continuing our briefing, folks. So yeah, I'll be doing the visual approach into runway 02 right. Final segment of prescribed track under 30 seconds of flight. If IAS or the 100 knots belt in visual contact, we should provide separation with obstacles listed 0.1.1. Sugarloaf hills and the nearby hills as well, as we discussed. In case of a go around during the visual maneuvering, climb to 3,000 feet, we'll have to note this down. Climb to 3,000 feet, fly direct to Romeo Juliet 049 to intercept the trajectory of the missed approach procedure. So it's just this one, 2,000. Alright. In specific situations during the go-around procedure, the minimum gradient may reach up to 6.4% to comply with the altitude restriction in Romeo Juliet 049, which is understood. Should be good. Primary threats will be obviously terrain and pilot complacency, as well as unfamiliarity with the region. Besides that, I'll hand over the departure briefing to FSU Crew here. Choose an ADP. No. You're rated on the way. Alright, should we get?
Are you ready for the departure brief?
Go ahead.
Okay, it's going to be a standard pushback and start off the gate. Taxi route will be as assigned by ATC. It'll be a left seat takeoff, using D-rated thrust with an assumed temperature. Anti-ice will be off. Above 80 knots, we will reject for fire, engine failure, loss of control, or wind shear. The crew member noticing the abnormality will clearly state the problem. I will call reject or continue. If the decision is to reject, I will close the thrust levers and disengage auto throttle. Observe or apply maximum braking, race speed brakes, apply maximum amount of reverse thrust consistent with conditions, and bring the aircraft to a complete stop on the runway. Slow the speed brake and set the parking brake. Advise the cabin. This is the captain speaking. Remain seated. Remain seated. I will then perform any necessary measures or checklists as appropriate.
Go ahead, Pak
If
Presiden.
an evacuation is required, I will initiate the evacuation checklist. In the event of an engine failure after V1, we will continue the takeoff, rotate at VR, all positive rate gear up, and cancel the master caution. There will be no other calls below 400 feet. At 400 feet, then call confirm failure. If required, we'll perform any necessary memory items. Climb at V2 to V2 plus 20 to 1,000
Aku
feet
pakai
ASL or
RNP 5
TOGA,
cap
whichever
yang
is higher.
dia nanti
Retract
visual
flaps on schedule.
approach
When flaps have been
untuk
retracted
touchdown-nya.
at
Tapi
or
kalau
above,
pesawatmu
flaps
bisa
up,
pakai
maneuvers
RNP
made.
AR
Call
yang
for level
authorization
change
required
of
itu ada
VNAV is not
RNP
engaged.
yang
Set max continuous
Ntar aku cek
thrust
dulu ya.
and call for the appropriate emergency checklist. We are under our maximum landing weight, so we are okay to make an immediate return. The departure routing will be via the ATC assigned SID, complying with all published speeds and altitude restrictions.
kalau
No noise
pesawatmu
abatement
bisa
procedures
input
required.
pakai
The
yang
local terrain
RNP
and current
Whiskey
weather pose a threat.
itu authorization
We will treat
required,
all
dia bisa
GPWS terrain
ngasih
alerts
track
as genuine, and
visual
we won't
sampai
rush
touchdown,
any
tapi aku nggak tahu dia
procedures.
300
Any
bisa
questions,
atau
comments,
enggak.
or concerns?
Tapi kalau
No
mau main
questions.
aman pakai RNP
Departure
5
brief
aja.
complete.
Tapi nanti dia visual approach ke itunya, ke finalnya, karena dia putar bentuk huruf U gitu.
Iya, kayaknya lebih aman 5 sih. Soalnya ini kapal-kapalan.
Kapal-kapalan.
Kapal karam.
Way offside bahaya. Pak Thomas kok juga pakai pesawat besar toh? Orang bandaranya kecil banget. Pak, runway-nya itu cuma 1.500 meter loh, Pak. I should inform you.
Justru ini tantangan.
Siap.
Betul sekali.
Yang pesawatnya masuk akal cuma saya. Pak lalu pakai A300 loh.
Betul, ini tantangan.
Bahaya sih. Do the takeoff performance calculations here, folks. Runway 17 right. Hi Erica, how are things going on back there? See, runway is just 1,900 meters long.
Hello, Captain Abel. Everything is going smoothly back here. The passengers are settling in, and we're on track with the boarding process. If there's anything else you need,
No.
just let me know.
Flaps 5 for departure. You're ready to take off 2. Should be good. Sure, this is the perks of using an FMC, an actual FMC, folks. I don't need to move over the camera there when inputting the data from the EFB into the actual FMC. So I'll just put my camera there and do the inputs through the hardware, through the WinWing PFP3N, that is. So take off to rate. Assumed temperature will be 36 degrees centigrade. Flaps 5 for departure. CG there. No NADB, the BCB. B speed's 119er. This is pretty different. 119er, 122, and 127 on the V2. That's set. Also set that into the MCP. And actually, ladies and gentlemen, I think WinWing, they also have their own FMC, their own MCP product for sale, which is the PAP3 MCP module, if I'm not mistaken, the name. And Aero Supply also has that particular MCP for sale on their store. So if you want to purchase that, maybe if you happen to live somewhere in Indonesia or in Southeast Asia in general, as I think they do international shipping as well around Asian countries, ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or quite literally Southeast Asian nations. You can check their store out at aerosupply.com or aerosupplyindonesia.com, I can't really remember, but I've linked the YouTube channel of the store in the description of this live stream. So make sure to head over to their store, their YouTube channel, and show them some support. And in case that you have just joined us this morning, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to hit the like button, share your thoughts down beneath in the comment section, and in case that you haven't subscribed to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel, please kindly do so for free by pressing the subscribe button, and don't forget to press the notification bell on the right hand side of the subscribe button so that you will not miss any future contents that we will make. Should the fuel flow? Should be done. Trims 5.02. There we go, should be good, somewhere around there. She's preparing for the before start checklist. We'll disconnect the ground power. And we'll also remove the trucks. Trucks are removed. Alright, before start checklist, please. We should start. Before start checklist, please.
Before start checklist.
Flight deck door closed and locked. MCP.
V2 127 heading 169er, altitude 8000.
V2 127 heading 169, altitude 8000.
Takeoff speeds.
V1 119er, V2 122, VR 122, V2 127.
V1 119, VR 122, V2 127.
CDU pre-flight.
Completed.
Completed.
Rudder and aileron trim.
Free and 0.
Free and 0.
Taxi and takeoff briefing.
Completed.
Completed.
Anti-collision light on. Before start checklist completed.
Start sequence is 2, then 1.
Start sequence is 2, then 1.
Check.
Cabin crew, arm doors and slides please. Pause the music
Cabin
for
crew, all doors in flight and cross-check.
pause the music for push and start. Saya izin push and start duluan ya, Captain. Have a safe flight, jangan karam waktu di Rio.
Lanjut ke F. Lanjut
Shots. Wow. Taxi left. This is interesting. November, yeah, we'll take November. Taxi, we'll tail left, tail left. Yeah, we'll take November, but our tail, so we'll take runway 17 right, will be to the left. Yeah. Congonhas traffic, Abel 580 now pushing back from stand number 7 facing to the north onto November, expecting runway 17 right, Congonhas traffic. Brakes released.
All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Alright, what's the music for push and start? Oh, ET. Really forgot that. Start the
Captain,
ET.
the cabin is ready for departure.
It goes to red line, starting engine number 2, sequence, starting engine number 2.
Start engine 2.
Starting engine 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Abel Jets Flight 580, service from São Paulo to Rio de Janeiro. My name is Erica, and I'm your purser for this flight.
Oil
Joining
pressure.
me today are my
Check.
fellow crew members, Lucas, Mariana, Rafael, and Camilla. Our captain today is Father Abel, and assisting him is First Officer Cynthia Schmidt.
Put 5% into your fuel flow on the right hand side engine.
Approximately 42 minutes, cruising at an altitude of 29,000 feet. For your safety, please pay attention to the following safety instructions. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal tip into the buckle and adjust it to fit snugly across your lap.
Start cut
To
out.
release, lift the top of the buckle.
Please search
And
for
in the event of a sudden loss
Brake
of
set.
air pressure,
Waiting your
oxygen mask will
confirmation
drop
for
from the panel above your
a
seat.
start.
Cockpit to ground, we have good engine start, you may disconnect.
Cockpit to ground. Place it over your nose
We have a good engine start.
and secure
You
it
can
with
disconnect.
an elastic band. Breathe normally and make sure your own mask is secure before assisting
Starter
others.
cut out.
Starter cutout.
And your life vest is located
Number
under
2
your
stable.
seat.
Isolate
In the
APAC, please.
unlikely event of a water landing, remove the vest,
Isolate
put it over your
APAC.
head, and fasten the straps around your waist. Inflate
Pack
the
isolated.
vest by pulling on the red
Roger,
tabs or
starting engine
blowing
number
into the tubes.
Start engine 1.
In this
Start engine 1.
Boeing 737 is equipped with 8 emergency exits. 2 at the front, 4 over the wings, and 2 at
Oil
the
pressure.
That is shred.
Please take a moment to locate the nearest exit, keeping in mind it may be behind you. And thank you for your attention, and we wish you a pleasant flight with us today.
There she goes.
Tow truck disconnected.
Fuel flow left hand side
Engine
engine.
movement.
Whoa.
Flight is clear.
Yeah, that's not necessarily very FPS friendly, isn't it, folks? We'll just go back in, shall we? It's much safer there. Let's play the official Abel Jets Virtual Group safety briefing video, shall we? And the signal has been received, the pin as well from the left hand side. And thank you for the
Starter
service.
cutout.
Have a great one.
Number 1 stable.
Let's take a screenshot from here, shall we?
Hello everyone, I'm FreezingFalcon from Abel Jets Group. Welcome on board one of our aircraft that is part of our 3,000 airplane strong fleet. We're glad to be your airline for your flight today. Before we take off, please watch the safety briefing video that will be provided by our cabin crew. enjoy.
Alright. Just continues. Flaps 5 at departure, please.
Flaps 5.
Did flight neutral check. So pull up, pull down, neutral, pull left. Pull right, neutral, pull left. Pull right, neutral, flight control check is complete.
Flight controls check complete.
Our highest priority. All aircraft already equipped with safety devices such as seatbelt, oxygen mask, and life vest, in accordance with the International Civil Aviation Organization.
Before taxi checks, please.
Before taxi checklist.
So whenever the seatbelt sign is lit,
Generators on. Probe heat
please
on.
fasten your seatbelt by
Anti-ice
inserting
off.
the classic
Isolation
buckle.
valve. Auto.
And tighten
Recall.
by pulling
Check.
the strap.
Checked.
You can
Checked.
undo your
Auto brake.
seatbelt by pressing the
RTO.
button.
Engine start levers.
Idle detent.
Idle detent.
Flight controls.
Check.
Checked.
Ground equipment.
Clear left.
Clear.
Clear. Before taxi checklist completed.
Clear on left.
Clear left.
Clear right.
Congonhas traffic, Abel 580 now taxiing to runway 17 right via November, Mike holding short of Echo.
Is the world's leading
Congonhas.
aircraft. We have this big hangar which able to accommodate up to 8 jumbos at 380 at a given time. This is the proof that we never jeopardize safety.
Start rolling.
Also, we change the life jacket whenever an aircraft is entering a facility.
Congonhas traffic, American on shore. After traffic taxi, push back to northwest expected for runway 17 right. Congonhas traffic.
Chris Thomas with this GSX stuff.
In the event of emergency landing, please
Remember
take
that
a
the
moment
maximum
to
allowable
locate your
taxi
life
speed
jacket.
on
It will be
November is
below your
15 knots.
seat, under the seat in front of you, or under the bed for first
Watch
class
out into
passengers.
clearance, hopefully
To
we'll not
use the
strike
life
him.
jacket, simply take your life jacket, put it over your
No,
head,
that's definitely a
pass
wing
the strap
strike.
around your waist, clip at the front and tighten it. There's a red
There
tag
goes a wing
marked
strike.
for inflation, and whistle to attract attention. Please inflate your life jacket
I mean,
after leaving
this
the
aircraft is very long, folks. I don't think A321s fly to Congonhas.
Whenever the aircraft lowers the oxygen pressure, a mask will drop from above. Put it on your nose and tighten the strap. Oxygen will flow when you brake. Secure your mask first before assisting others.
Before takeoff checks, please.
Before takeoff checklist.
Flaps.
Flaps 5, green light.
Flaps 5, green light.
Stabilizer trim.
5 units.
5.0 units.
Before takeoff checklist completed.
No, the FPS is still
In 2020, we were
very
leaders in
bad
aviation by
outside. Just
number
get
of
back
aircraft
in.
by over 3,000 airframe divided into more than 10 child company, including the Abel Pixel, Abel S, AL, Abel Cosmos,
See max
Intercontinental,
15 knots there.
and many more. Also
Joining
in
Mike, holding short of
2020,
Echo will
we're
be.
the first to introduce the aviation our first Abel Jets living room, Abel Premium Economy, Abel Business, Abel First Class, and Abel Suite.
We're still short here, considering that the safety briefing is not yet finished.
Before we depart, please make sure all baggage is secured on the overhead cabin or under the seat in front of you. Since we've made safety as our priority, smoking isn't allowed on any part of the
Unfortunately, I need to
aircraft.
go to the lavatory for
Board the aircraft.
I'll be right back in a minute.
Your aircraft is
Considering that
equipped
there
with
is no
a life raft in
ATC,
case of
I think it's safe for us to
emergency
do it
water
here.
landing. Please take a moment.
So, as usual, folks, if there is anything that goes off the ordinary,
the cabin
please do
crew
let me know
is
for the
pointing
comment
out.
section, and I shall catch you guys in a minute. Sorry, folks, just can't hold it.
We are now nearing our departure time. Please switch your mobile devices into airplane mode now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them to our cabin crew. They will be more than glad to help you out. Thank you for choosing us, and thank you for keeping our dreams alive. Have a very pleasant flight.
Juliet, the west turn on runway 4 left and hold short back to resolve.
Alright folks, I am now back. Apologies for the inconvenience there. We have air traffic control bodies on Guarulhos International Airport, the other primary airport in São Paulo, it used to be. Alright, let's start rolling, shall we? Out of Congonhas, 17 right. Again, vamos ao set. Bahia to Alpha.
Support traffic, Abel 10, taxi runway 1 turn right via November and holding short of Echo. Support traffic.
Congonhas traffic, Abel 580, now departing out of runway 17 right via the Bahia to Alpha departure, Congonhas. Alright. Before takeoff procedure, please.
Before takeoff procedure.
Okay. Clear on the approach.
Captain Chris, it's one departure, please.
American 115, now taxi to runway 17 right via November and holding short of Echo.
Take seats for departure.
You see all runway length here, folks. Right turn. There goes Thomas. And Lalo as well. Take off.
Take off.
Stabilize. Setting off thrust.
Thrust set.
Indications normal.
knots.
Checked.
Follow traffic, Abel 10, lining up runway 17 right. Follow traffic.
Ooh, runway's very short there, folks.
Positive climb.
Gears coming up.
Gear up.
Gear up.
LNAV.
400 feet.
Check. VNF speed and 1, fog up. Congonhas traffic, Abel 580 is now airborne, passing 4,500 feet, climbing to level 290 Congonhas. Flaps 1, speed check, flaps 1.
Flaps 1.
Speed checked.
Flaps up.
Flaps up.
Flaps 1 set. Speed checked.
Follow traffic, Apple 10, taking off runway 17 right via Bahia to Alpha departure.
Flaps up.
Other stops.
Follow traffic.
Cynthia's doing the after takeoff procedure.
Full traffic, American 125 now, landing up in west runway, just upon right, 17 right. Follow traffic.
1000 to level.
Gotcha. Burn Alpha.
Command A.
Autopilot on.
Enough. Go. Nope. Altitude interfere. Immediately to level 290, our final approach. Sorry, our final cruising level this evening, or this morning actually, after takeoff checklist, please.
After takeoff checklist.
After takeoff checklist.
Transition set standard.
Standard set. Engine bleeds on. Packs auto. Landing gear up and off. Flaps up, no lights. After takeoff checklist complete. Flight level 100.
Dear guests, we have now climbed to a safe altitude and you may use your electronic devices. Our onboard Wi-Fi service is available for your convenience.
Follow traffic, above 10, passing for 5,000 feet, airborne.
And we are able, folks, leaving São Paulo behind. You can see the city behind us, which is pretty huge, considering it's the largest city in the southern hemisphere, according to Wikipedia.
Roger.
Off we go to Rio de Janeiro, folks, for this evening's first flight. Play the cruising music as well, considering that we've passed through 10,000 feet.
Follow traffic, American 125 not parking runway 12.
Why the cool view, isn't it, folks?
Follow traffic. Again, it's a relatively short flight, so we should be approaching our top of descent very quickly. Take a look at those mist layers in the distance, folks.
Still early in the morning here in Brazil. And our top of the sun is just right there. Just very close. Fortunately, we've done our arrival brief. Double KH1016 allow destination. We've got a pretty strong tail in the BSB, 41 knots there. And the WinWing FMC, the WinWing PFP3N is looking strong right now. Doing just fine. As you can see, I'm not pressing any of the buttons in the actual FMC of the aircraft. Well, I really wish I had the like some sort of camera that I can use to, you know, just display the PFP3N unit itself onto the stream. But yeah, we'll see about that later. Or the next one, actually. We immediately need to do our arrival brief, used to be. So that, as I've mentioned, this is a very short flight. Approach altitude. Approach fixed altitude 1000.
To level.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, immediately do the arrival brief now, considering that we are just about 40 miles from our top of the sand there, folks. So, Cynthia, you have control?
You have control.
I have control.
Are you ready for the approach brief?
Okay.
The arrival routing will be via the ATC assigned star, complying with all published speed and altitude restrictions for an RNP approach. Planning a flaps 40 landing. Final approach fixed altitude is 2,500 feet. Decision altitude is 345 feet. Missed approach altitude is 3,000 feet. Taxi route in will be as assigned by ATC. We'll be arriving at a gate. The local terrain poses a threat, so we will treat all GPWS terrain alerts as genuine. Descent speeds and navigation radios are set. Airport NOTAMs have been reviewed. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
No questions.
Approach brief complete.
Pak, aku udah sampai teori aja nih. Gila, deket banget. Mana tail windnya kenceng, 76 knots di level 290.
Buset.
Final approach course. 139. I have control.
I have control.
You have control.
Descent checklist, please.
Descent checklist.
Pressurization. Landing altitude is 0 feet Recall, checked, auto brake, level max. Landing data,
VREF 1, 2, 3, minimums 3, 4, 5.
VREF 1, 2, 3, minimums 3, 4, 5 feet.
VREF 1, 2, 3, minimums 3, 4, 5 feet. Approach briefing.
Completed.
Descent checklist completed.
Go to level 0, 0 for the initial descent. Hi Erica, just want to let you know that we will be starting our initial descent shortly because this is a very short flight. Can you please prepare the cabin for arrival? Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Abel. I'll prepare the cabin for arrival and ensure everything is ready for descent. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our initial descent shortly into Rio de Janeiro. Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened, your seat backs and tray tables are in their upright positions, and all carry-on luggage is stowed securely. Thank you for your cooperation.
This must be due to the altitude restrictions surrounding the airport itself, especially for the Osalu 1 Alpha Star. It has got some strict altitude restrictions at waypoint Romeo Juliet 307 and waypoint Romeo Juliet 308. And also, ladies and gentlemen, if you see on the left hand side of the screen, there is a QR code for our social post page, which will take us in. It will take you into the our flight operations and donations page. So yeah, any sorts of donation is highly appreciated in the channel. It will definitely help us in running the virtual airline. Perhaps also helping our members, our team members, financially in case they need to, which will also be morale booster, should I say, to us here in the Virtual Group. And also it helps us in running this YouTube channel. And again, as I've mentioned, any kinds of support and donation is highly appreciated. One on YouTube, he's back. Hi! Hey, welcome back. Hope you're enjoying this live stream so far. I'm so impatient right now. The TCA was back, but it might take a while. Oh, that would be definitely interesting. The TCA was back includes not just the joystick, but also the throttle, isn't it? That'll be so awesome. I'm currently doing all of these streams in the with the Thrustmaster T16000M HO test setup, because I also at times fly DCS, sometimes in the crawling sidewinder server flying the F-18Cs. So maybe if any of you folks are flying in DCS someday hopefully we can meet. But yeah, I'm using the HO test setup primarily because sometimes I fly fighter jets. And also have the T16, sorry, the Thrustmaster, I think it's called the TFRP pedals or something. But yeah, here's wishing you hopefully all the best for your TCA pushback, and hopefully it'll arrive safely and you are, how to say, you are satisfied with the set there. Looking forward for it. There is a friend of mine actually in my campus, my old campus. He also uses the TCA pack, Thrustmaster TCA pack, but I don't think he's flying in VATSIM. I think he flies in IVAO. Well, yeah, not in VATSIM. I used to borrow his setup when doing some lab work or practicum work, should I say. Just some of you might have known, I used to take an aerospace engineering course in my university alongside with Lalu here. We are actually classmates, Lalu and I. We study at the same university, and we are in the same batch of the 2020 aerospace engineering batch course, should I say. And ladies and gentlemen, in case you have just joined us in this live stream, we are currently on our initial descent into Santos Dumont Airport in Rio de Janeiro. We'll be taking the challenging INP approach into runway 02 right, with a visual approach on the final, official segment on the final, where we will need to conduct almost a U-turn to avoid the what was the hill name again on the southern side of the airfield, to avoid the Sugarloaf Hill there on the southern side of the airfield, which will be pretty interesting. Fingers crossed we'll not crash into anything, especially that this is the first time that the three of us fly to Rio and into, or flying in Brazil in general. We shall see, fingers crossed, nothing bad will happen. And it appears that Rio is covered in some cloud layers there. Let me just check Navigraph regarding the weather there. Okay, visibility is at 9,000 meters, winds are variable at 3 knots, temperature is 26 degrees centigrade, dew point 23 degrees, and the local QNH is 1016, which all have been set. Unfortunately, in this occasion, ladies and gentlemen, we are flying the 737-700, which has, let's say, a relatively powerful speed brake when compared to other versions or variants in the 737 NG family, which have longer fuselage, such as the Dash 800 and the Dash 900.
Aku baru baca approach chart. Itu emang approach-nya agak lain ya. Aku baru lihat ya lah.
Kan udah saya bilang Pak, dia muter Pak approach-nya Pak.
Oke, saya agak panik sedikit. Tapi oke.
Itu autopilotmu nanti nggak bisa baca yang bagian muternya itu Pak. Jadi kamu begitu yang di garis putus-putus itu kamu harus manual Pak. Manual flying muter 180 derajat gitu.
Ini approach-nya pakai yang apa deh?
Yang RNP Whiskey, Pak.
Oh, saya pakai yang A tadi. B, Bravo.
Experiencing issues with ATC that may not respond. We are aware and working on it.
Oh, you see that was the intentions? Dirimu pakai yang mana, Pak? Sorry.
Aku tadi pakai RNP Bravo runway 02 right.
Bravo ya. Salah, Pak. Bravo itu kamu waypointnya nggak connect, Pak, sama yang waypoint kita. Kita pakainya yang 5.
Oke, aku pakai Whiskey kalau gitu.
Boleh, Whiskey boleh. Cuma aku nggak tahu itu pesawatku bisa ngikutin tracknya nggak itu. Kalau Phoenix bisa sih, kalau LVFR aku nggak tahu.
Mari kita coba.
Udah, nanti full manual aja, nggak usah pakai autopilot itu muternya itu.
Ini elevation bandaranya ada yang tahu nggak berapa?
Apanya, Cap? Sorry?
Airport elevation air.
0 feet, Cap, kan dia di pinggir laut persis.
Oke, 0 feet ya.
AFM. Passing to level 120 down, starting to Nice Q.
Tadi aku nyoba ini pakai formatnya ini wheel kan. Dia bilang ranurnya tidak cukup panjang.
Nice info, Cap. Tahu runway cuma 1.500 meter, bawa 300.
Lefty.
As I've mentioned earlier in this live stream, folks, it appears that I'm the only one in the group right here who is flying a reasonable aircraft into Santos Dumont. As you can see, we are flying a 737-700, but lalu, he chose to fly an A300 into the airport, which, again, it only has a 1,500 meter long runway. And Thomas is not, it's not that far as well. He's flying an A321 XLR, Fox, which, as you know, has a very long fuselage profile and a noticeably higher approach speed when compared to the other airports, airports aircraft types. This is gonna be interesting. Bismillah dulu. Right.
Bismillah.
Go down to 7,000. Ada yang udah pernah ke Brazil atau ke bandara ini sebelumnya? Karena saya belum pernah.
Nggak pernah.
Saya sudah pernah, tapi di flight simulator sebelah ya, bukan di sini.
Oh iya, di sebelah. Bener juga.
By the way, ada yang tahu nggak aiming altitude di Romeo Juliet 048 berapa?
Tempatku 1.200 feet, Cap.
1.200 feet, oke.
Flight level 100.
Acha. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing.
Captain, cabin is ready.
She goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your purser, Erica speaking. We are about 10 minutes away from landing in Rio de
Meter,
Janeiro.
information meter lo?
Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened.
Winds variable 3 knots, visibility 9,000 meters, clouds view 1,500 feet, temperature 26 degrees Celsius, dew point 23 degrees Celsius, QNH 1016.
Roger, copy the formation and click 1016.
Alright folks, 10,000 feet, this is gonna be interesting. Ya mungkin ada baiknya dirimu atau Pak Thomas agak holding dulu deh. Ini kan dia bukan ILS ya, jadi separationnya jauh, Cap. Nggak bisa langsung jejer-jejer kayak di ILS gitu.
Oke. Ini aku holding nanti, soalnya altitudeku juga belum nyampe.
Roger, hati-hati. Course set for the approach 139. This is gonna be interesting, folks. Fingers crossed, nothing bad will happen to us. Ntar kalau stres, diversion fieldnya ke Sierra Bravo Golf 5 aja, itu persis cuma di di northwestnya bandara ini Rio, itu di bandara Santos Dumont, itu bandara Rio yang besar itu, Sierra Bravo Golf 5.
Iya.
Copy.
Now let's switch back to Unicom, we go. Aku switching ke Unicom ya. 1000, set gauge 1016.
Transition set altimeter 1016.
1016 set.
3000 we go. Approach checklist, please.
Approach checklist.
Altimeters.
1016 set.
1016 set.
1016 set. Approach checklist completed.
Did you have any VOR so we can tune in? We'll just use 1123, shall we? Galileo. There we go. Fortunately, Santos Dumont doesn't have any VORs. And it's pretty cloudy there. Info Captain, visibility-nya nggak terlalu bagus di Santos Dumont, hati-hati ya, nanti pas puter kalau di putarannya itu berkabut banget. Oh, there we go, folks. Pause the music for arrival. We'll configure early, shall we? 1,200 feet, our approach altitude. We'll need to raise up to 5,000. Sorry, 3,000. Yeah, 3,000. Set the display to, or the navigation display to 20 miles there, and set the terrain display. $6,000 feet. RNP Lima. visibility is not that great, folks.
Company traffic, America 125, holding at what point below 1,000 feet.
2,500.
Radio altimeter
alive.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Flaps 1, speed check please. Flaps 1.
Flaps 1.
Speed checked.
Up the aircraft here.
Flaps 1 set.
Santos Dumont traffic, Abel 580 is on the RNP Lima approaching to runway 02 right. We are approximately 15 miles from touchdown, Santos Dumont. Fingers crossed, folks. Set the heading book there, 139. The final approach fix. Goodness me, look at the cloud layers. It's going to be very challenging. You're high on profile. Go down to 300 feet for the minimum. 400. Turn miles.
Santos traffic, Abel 10 on RNB Whiskey runway. Santos Dumont traffic.
Flaps 5 set.
Gotcha. Arm the speed brakes. Can't see anything yet, folks. The mists are very thick here, the fog. Is 02 right? This is the runway. Set 175, which is the heading we are scheduled to leave.
Final approach fix, height checked, missed approach altitude not set.
AFM. Gear down, flaps 15.
Gear down, flaps 15.
Gear down, speed checked.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30.
Speed checked.
Flaps
40, please.
Speed checked.
Landing checklist.
Landing checklist.
Speed brake.
Armed.
Armed.
Landing gear.
Down
Flaps
3
40
green.
set.
Down.
Flaps.
Flaps 40, green light.
Landing checklist completed.
Cabin crew, seats for landing, please.
Caution, terrain.
Cabin crew, take seats
Caution,
for landing.
terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain.
AFM, AFM.
Caution, terrain.
1,000 feet. Stable.
Disconnecting automatic side of control.
Manual flight.
Autopilot off.
Hitting 175. Seven 5. Check. The airport should be somewhere around there. Cleared. Wow. Santos Dumont traffic, Abel 580, short final, runway 02 right, Santos Dumont. There you go, to the airport.
Approaching minimums.
Approaching minimums.
Oh, we are very well to the right.
Minimums.
Continue.
Sync rate.
AFM.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Speed brakes up.
Speed brake up. Auto brake
Manual brake up.
disarmed.
Manual braking.
Reversers normal.
Check.
60 knots.
Checked.
Woo! Down we go, folks. Whoa, that was insane. That was insane, folks. Down we go. Safe and sound, still breathing. Santos Dumont traffic, runway 02 right has been vacated. Cap Lalu, safe landing.
Santos Dumont traffic, Abel 10 on final runway 02 right. Santos Dumont traffic.
US flat, inhibit to normal.
Pa, susah banget pa, runway-nya gak kelihatan, pa. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Santos Dumont Airport in Rio de Janeiro. That was our first try. We made it safely. That was insane. Some should be following us.
APU on the buses.
Roger. Are we on the correct taxiway? Yeah, appears to be so. Minus 17 feet per minute there, pretty interesting. Why is there an oil rig in Rio? You can see on the right hand or left hand side of the screen there. Thank you, Thomas. Ayo direm, ayo.
Rem.
Yeah. Thank you, Thomas, folks. Fortunately, he didn't plunge into the ocean there. Oh lord, the FPS is getting worse again. Fortunately.
Santos Dumont traffic, Abel 10 runway 202 right is vacated. Santos Dumont traffic.
Gemeter tuh dia sambil transmit tuh.
3 minutes.
Aja. Cabin crew, disarm doors and slides, please. 6. We should just take.
Ini bandara apaan, Cok?
Okay, it's 5 actually.
Itu plus gak kelihatan sih, Mbak. Itu hanya mengandalkan iman dan takwa, gila.
Cabin crew, disarm doors and
Aku
slides,
settingannya
please.
malam juga soalnya.
5.
Okay, Captain, all doors in park. Dear passengers, we have reached our final parking position. Captain Abel and the cabin crew are now saying goodbye. We wish you a nice stay here in Rio de Janeiro or a safe ongoing travel.
Lights and doors.
Check.
Yo, yang bawa 300 hati-hati.
Thank you on the bus.
Siap.
Good luck, Evan Palalu.
Ntar aku reverse thrust dari atas.
Visibility-nya sangat tidak menolong gitu. Pak Tom tadi hampir nabrak bukit yang sebelum diputaran nggak?
Itu ngeri-ngeri sedap. Itu apa namanya? FMD-nya bisa baca, video-nya bisa baca di sini, cuma altitude-nya agak kurang ini ya. Jadi rendah banget.
Bahaya. Bit more. Bang on. And there we go. Safe and sound, still breathing. Was quite insane, wasn't it, Fox? And he's coming off. He's on the bus. Putting down engines 1 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rio de Janeiro, Santos Dumont Airport, one of the most extreme airports that can be landed by jetliners in the world. Thank you, Thomas. Yap, lalu info posisi.
Approaching Romeo Juliet 031.
Oke, kameranya aku pindahin ya biar bisa di blind spot.
Shutdown checklist.
Fuel pumps off. Probe heat auto. Hydraulic panel set. Flaps.
Up, no lights.
Parking brake.
Released.
Engine start levers.
Cut off.
Cut off.
Weather radar.
Off.
Off. Shutdown checklist completed.
Alright folks, we'll reposition the camera so we can see Lalu on approach.
Ini emang nge-lag banget scannernya ya?
Iya pak. Alright, we'll just position the camera here and wait for Lalu. Fingers crossed that he'll not take a swim, shall I say. Considering that he's flying an A300. Ayo Cap Lalu. Flight path-nya Pak Thomas lebih rapi daripada tempatku ya, soalnya dia pakai yang authorization required itu. Alright folks, we'll take a quick break here before continuing our journey for the next leg from Rio Santos Dumont to the capital city of Brazil, which is Brasília. Whilst we wait for Lalu on his approach, I'll be watching here whilst eating my dinner, and fingers crossed that nothing silly will happen to him, but we shall see.
Clear, audience clear. Rating kita internet issue apa gimana? Nah ini di aku pesawatnya terbang overhead bandara nih. Nge-lag banget juga di aku sih, jadi aku nggak tahu ini valid apa tidak. Gak tahu Cap, di aku tadi malam mendarat Cap, sampai sekarang pun masih malam. Itu yang bahayanya pas final turn itu 1000 feet sih, itu ngeri gitu. Feet, terus di bawah air, di depan gunung, kamu belok gak bisa lihat bandara tuh loh, dan speedmu lambat. Izinnya apa lalu hilang? Aku AFK 20 menit ke depan ya. WA aja kalau ini. Company calling.
Ini laptopku nge-lag. Disconnect. Ya, aku lagi circling bentar. Tadi disconnect kan, terus nge-lag, tiba-tiba udah pindah posisi. Untung nggak aja sih, apa sih namanya, CTD.
Tráfego Galeão, voo 205, final, pista no 5.
Alright folks, I'm back in the flight deck and now we are ready to continue our second leg into Brasília. I thought that was our strobe light. Seems to be some strobe light. Let's say has slightly landed. He's on a short final. There he goes. Oh no! Pak, mantul pak, di tempatku pak. Pak, lihat pak, mantul pak. ARFF KNKT crash landing. We've got a crash landing folks.
Lanjut nyangkut.
Crash landing, dispatch ARFF. Well, that wasn't really a good landing, was it? For there he is, still alive at least. Info damkar. We've got crash landing. Well, that's the first crash we've ever seen in this YouTube channel, WSB, ladies and gentlemen. But fortunately, it wasn't us.
Aku nggak tahu nih pesawat ngetremnya ke atas mulu.
Paling enggak, sisi positifnya kamu nggak perlu runway cap. Sekarang udah taxi ke parking.
Emang kapal karam.
Kelihatan di stream cap keren banget cap.
Nggak tahu ya, kayaknya CG-nya atau apalah. Soalnya auto trimnya ke atas mulu kayak MCAS.
Berarti kebalikannya MCAS, yang ini ke atas gitu ya?
Iya.
Menarik.
Aku harus dorong trimnya ke bawah, mentok.
Gak apa-apa kayak paling gak masih bernapas lah. Alright, we'll set over.
Untung cuma di simulator.
Yoi. Let's prepare ourselves for our next leg.
Setting up.
Okay.
Start setting up. Yeah, we'll upload our next flight into Brasília. It'll be Abel 581. It'll be a 2-hour long flight. There we go. Right, let's set up the box because the overhead will be done by Cynthia there. Hi Erica, welcome on board our second leg from Rio de Janeiro to Brasília. I think we are ready to start the boarding process in about 5 to 10 minutes. As usual, if there's anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know. Looking forward to collaborate alongside you in our journey this morning. Go to...
Hello, Captain Abel. Thank you for the warm welcome. We're all set to begin the boarding process shortly. I'll keep you updated if anything unusual occurs. Looking forward to a smooth flight with you and First Officer Schmidt.
Set fuel. We'll do the catering now.
Catering vehicles are on their way.
Select route. Army pilot here, 3D flight directors here. It's quite finicky there, isn't it? Let flight plan. Again, read data uplink. I'll activate that. Now alternates for this evening, this morning will be Sierra Bravo Charlie Foxtrot, Sierra Bravo Papa Juliet, Sierra Bravo Papa Juliet, then Sierra Bravo Golf Oscar. Into the box. Right, back to the init page. We'll request the performance data. Yeah, the overhead is pretty much done, isn't it? First Lalu. Can't really see him. Perhaps he's preparing on the... he's changing his aircraft. Alright. Anyways, we'll let the perf init execute that. Cruising at level 360. Cost index 20 looks good. Departure's gonna take us from runway 20 left. Company frequency radio check. Pak Tom, suaramu gak kedengaran BTW. Oops, Charlie departure via the Woodka transition. Execute that. Go back to index page. We'll update the references. So it'll be Sierra Bravo Romeo Juliet. Departure course gonna be on course of 200. I'll insert that. Okay. Yeah, we'll do the N1 limit a bit later, should be good. We'll set our initial climb to up. Level 230. will leave the N1 for a bit later, folks, so we'll request the wind data here. We'll also start the boarding process. Hi Eric, I just want to let you know that you can start the boarding process now. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Abel. I'll begin the boarding process now and keep you updated if anything unusual occurs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Abel Jets Flight 5
Pretty strong tailwinds, hopefully.
with service from Rio de Janeiro to Brasília. We are now ready to begin the boarding process. Please have your boarding passes ready.
The local Jet Brasília.
Our crew today includes myself, Erica, along with my colleagues Anna, Lucas and Maria. We are here to assist you throughout the flight. Thank you for choosing Abel Jets, and we look forward to serving you.
1020. 1000. Into the box. Departure course will be on the course of 200. So that goes 1. That goes 2.
Passengers boarding started.
That goes 3. We shall climb to level 230. VNAV arm.
Ladies and gentlemen from the cockpit, this is your captain speaking. We'd like to extend our welcome on board to you today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
What's the performance here? We'll do the performance calculation. Departing on the runway 20 left. The runway is just 1,322 meters there, folks, which is insane. Lap 15, we'll check onto that. Calculation error. You can still take off in flaps 10 there, but just to be safe we'll be using flap 50. So, in the box, take off 1 with an initial temperature of 30 degrees centigrade. Flaps 15 for departure. No NADV, trims at 4.62 degrees. Sorry, 4.62. Yeah, degrees, isn't it? Set. We'll leave the V speeds a bit later. Do the usual pilot flying test. And there goes the WinWing FMC unit lighting up. Oh, on a good note, folks, since I have the FMC unit here, I can quite literally put the yoke up and just have it on its original position whilst blocking the view of the FMC and MSFS there, considering that I can see the actual unit just on my right hand side there, which is pretty cool. Folks, departure briefing, departure briefing, departure briefing. Departure briefing for this this morning will take us from runway 20 at Santos Dumont Airport. 20 left. It's a very short runway. Again, we'll be using the full length of the runway, obviously. We'll use flap 15 for departure with our current weight. Right after departure, we'll be tracking towards waypoint Locott, then local into Udira up to Mutka via the Pumso 3 Charlie departure. Transition altitude is at 7,000 feet, as we can see here. we have to observe the sugarloaf field as we've already seen previously from to threshold. Just about 2 miles, interestingly, 2 miles from where we is very insane. Stability at least 4,000 meters. It's like 8,000 meters last time we checked, and it's only been improving. Climb gradient of 4.3%. We can definitely achieve that. The MSA around the airport on the southern side is 5,000 feet at flight level 095 on the northern side. That's from my side. I'll leave the rest of the briefing into Pacifico at India. So continue with the pre-flight checklist now.
Pre-flight checklist.
Oxygen.
Brakes are still very hot actually. Tested 100%.
Tested 100%.
Tested 100%. Navigation transfer and display switches. Normal auto. Windows heat. On. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Flight instruments.
Heading 290, altimeter 1016.
Heading 290, altimeter 1016.
Heading 290, altimeter 1016. Parking brake.
Just set it for a while, and we'll release that again. Set.
Engine start levers.
Sorry, engine start levers cut off.
Cut off.
Pre-flight checklist completed.
2, 3. Push back. Yeah, we'll just stay on the stand for a bit whilst we wait for the brakes to cool down there. But 260 degrees centigrade on the left brakes there, which is pretty darn hot. Anyway, there goes Lalo, already spotting in the US Airways A320 to be. We'll just have to check if he's actually flying an A320. Or maybe some sort of other aircraft type. Let me see. Oh, he hasn't filed his flight plan yet. There he is there. Also, folks, in case you have to join us in this live stream, please do make sure to hit the like button. It'll greatly help us with the algorithm of this YouTube channel. Share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat and the comment section. If you haven't subscribed to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel, please kindly do so by hitting the subscribe button, and don't forget to ring the bell also just next to the subscribe button so that you will not miss future contents that we will make in this YouTube channel. It's all of those. I hope you will enjoy our second leg this morning from Rio de Janeiro, Santos Dumont Airport to Brasília. Brasília, I can't really remember the name of the airport there. Brasília President Juscelino Kubitschek International Airport. What a lovely view, isn't it, folks? The departure itself will be quite scenic as well. And this second leg, additional, it'll be quite longer than our previous one. Loft time scheduled to be around 2 hours. Officially. Go ahead, company.
Aku tadi landing minus 781 FPM, gila.
Minus 700, yang bener aja.
Asli.
Masa minus 700? Bukan simulatornya salah baca data tuh.
Enggak, asli.
No pick hoax, masa sih? BTW kamu kalau mau nimba flight udah bisa ya? Folks, Lalu's not actually flying an A320 there. He's flying a DC-9, ladies and gentlemen. A DC-9. Perhaps that's the Sky Simulation CC-9, which I think is also available for MSFS 2020, but I just haven't purchased it considering that I think it still has quite a lot of bugs to be ironed out. But yeah, we shall see. Perhaps one day, be streaming a TC-9 out of the US or somewhere. And Thomas is just having a CTD there, unfortunately, and he should be hopefully back with us soon. He's flying a DC-9 there, folks. Mad lad. What a mad lad. Alright, we'll start the departure briefing now. The FSTQ departure briefing.
Are you ready for the departure brief?
Go ahead.
Okay, it's going to be a standard pushback and start off the gate. Taxi route will be as assigned by ATC. It'll be a left seat takeoff, using D-rated thrust with an assumed temperature. Planning a flaps 15 takeoff. Anti-ice will be off. Standard reject actions to V1 as briefed. From V1, or if the calls continue, I will continue the takeoff as per the standard company procedures. We are under our maximum landing weight, so we are okay to make an immediate return. The departure routing will be via the ATC assigned SID, complying with all published speeds and altitude restrictions. No noise abatement procedures required. LNAV and VNAV are armed. Flight directives are on. Mine is master, yours is slave. Navigation radios are set. The NOTAMs and the aircraft defect log have been reviewed. The local terrain and current weather pose a threat. We will treat all GPWS terrain alerts as genuine, and we won't rush any procedures. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
No questions.
Departure brief complete.
Okay. Departure brief is complete. Just wait for our pushback time, which would be at approximately 15:15 Zulu. Well, if we could be early, then we could.
Thank you.
No problem. Have a safe flight.
In that case, our final load sheet, which means we can input our takeoff speeds. What was that? 116. 116 and 123 to the box. Set. Just wait for a bit more to cool the brakes down. Fortunately, Thomas is not yet here. He's currently restarting his flight simulator.
Para coordenação no Galeão, o voo no 996 passando 6.600, está na perna do vento da 33.
Yeah, right. About time now. Barrel shots for our next leg. Get ready to push and start. And blast off to Brasília. Brake temps are looking good now. Set work brakes. Select takeoff page on the CD, flight deck doors. Close locked. Remove the shocks. Shocks are removed. Yes, turning on all the fuel pumps there. Oh, interestingly, she's turning on all of the bulbs from the right hand side instead of just engaging all of the electric bulbs there. Quite an interesting procedure, shall I say.
Coordenação Galeão, voo no 996, ingressando na pena base da 33.
Flight deck door closed and locked. MCP.
V2, 123, heading to 00, altitude 23,000.
V2, 123, heading 200, altitude, flight level 230.
Takeoff speeds.
VRF, sorry, V1 116, VR 116, V2 123.
V1 116, VR 116, V2 123.
CDU pre-flight.
Completed.
Rudder and aileron trim.
Free and 0.
Free and 0.
Taxi and takeoff briefing.
Completed.
Anti-collision light on. Before start checklist completed.
Start sequence is 2, then 1.
Start sequence is 2, then 1.
Check.
Pause the music for push and start now.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Roger. Cabin crew, arm doors and slides, please.
Cabin crew, all doors in flight and cross-check.
Departure checks completed. Bypass inserted.
Start our pushback procedure. Yo, God, lag is back. Just get back in again. Much safer inside, I suppose.
Locking gear.
Stand by for a bit. We've got something which I need to do. Charlie X-ray.
Coordenação Galeão Gol no 996 ingressando na final da 33.
Just bear with me for a moment, blocks of apologies for the inconvenience there.
Coordenação Galeão Gol na 996 estabilizado na final da 33, vai reportar novamente quando livrar a pista. Sol.
Yeah, Lalo's currently having some issues with his Navigator account here, so I'm trying to help him with his flight plan. Considering that he's flying a DC-9, which doesn't have an FMC, I'll have to set a VOR to VOR flight plan for him, which is going to be quite interesting. There we go. Should be good. Proceed with our pushback procedure. To the right, tail to the left.
Release the parking brakes, please.
Go back to Unicom.
Release the parking brakes, please.
Wait, what?
Release parking brakes.
There's an ATC.
Release parking brakes, please.
Stand by.
Release parking brakes,
No,
please.
We've got a controller just online there. 11900.
Release parking brakes, please.
Sort of some more traffic. Abel 580, correction 581, pushing by prop stand.
Release parking
Number
brakes,
5
please.
to the north, expecting runway 20 left.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
We've got an Aegis. Starting engine number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Abel Jets Flight 581 with service from Rio de Janeiro to Brasília. Our captain today
Start
is
engine 2.
Plaza Abel,
Starting engine 2.
and assisting him is First Officer Cynthia Schmidt. My name is Erica, and I'm your lead flight attendant.
11900.
Joining me today are my fellow crew members, Anna, Lucas, and Maria. We're here to ensure you
Oil
have
pressure.
a comfortable flight.
Check.
Our estimated flight time today is approximately 1 hour and 31 minutes. We'll be cruising at an altitude of 36,000 feet. Before we take off, we'd like to give you a brief safety demonstration.
Aegis, one
Please
review.
pay close attention, even if you are a frequent flyer. To fasten your seatbelt,
50.
insert the metal tip into the buckle and adjust it to fit snugly across your lap. To release, lift the top of the buckle and pull apart.
25% total flow.
We recommend keeping your seatbelt fastened at all times while seated, in case of unexpected turbulence. In the event of a sudden cabin pressure loss, oxygen masks will drop from the panel above your seat. Pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen. Place it over your nose and mouth. Secure with
We
the
have
elastic
ATC,
band
folks.
and breathe normally.
Please set parking
Remember to
brakes.
secure your own mask before assisting others.
Waiting your confirmation
Your
for
life
your
vest
engine
is
start.
located under your seat. In the unlikely event of a water landing,
Cockpit brand
remove the
get
vest
engine
from its
start, you can
container
Starter
disconnect.
cutout.
over your head.
Cockpit to ground.
Fasten the strap
Number
around
2
your
stable.
waist and
You
pull
can
Isolate
disconnect.
back, please.
to tighten. Inflate the vest by pulling down
Isolate
the
a
red
pack.
tabs or by blowing into the tubes at shoulder level. Inflate your
isolated.
vest only when exiting the aircraft. This Boeing 737 is equipped with 8 emergency exits, 2 at the front, 4 over the wings, and 2 at the rear of the cabin. Each exit is marked with a sign,
36
and
around.
floor-level lighting will guide you to the nearest exit in an emergency. Please take a moment to locate
Unlocking
the
gear.
exit nearest to you, keeping in mind that it may be behind you. We appreciate your attention, and
Starting engine
thank
number 1.
you
Start
for
engine
flying
1.
with Abel Jets.
Start engine 1.
We hope you have a pleasant flight. Captain Abel, the cabin is ready for departure.
Oil pressure.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
25% engine. Tune into the 80s first.
Runway 20 left. Transition level 075. Wind 150 degrees. 06 knots. Wind variable between 130 degrees and 200 degrees. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Fuel cloud is 1,500. Temperature 26. Dew point 23. QNH 1016 hectopascal. Acknowledge you received information alpha.
Hello everyone,
Airport
I'm
Ace
FreezingFalcon from
information
Abel Jets
alpha.
Group. Welcome on board one of our aircraft that is part
Expect
of our
procedure
3,000
RNT
airplanes
Foxtrot
strong
RNT
fleet.
Golf
We're glad to
runway
be your
20
airline for your
left.
flight today.
Landing runway
Before we
20
take off,
left.
please
Departure
watch the
runway
safety
20
briefing video
left.
that will be provided
Transition
by our
level
captain.
075.
Enjoy.
Wind 150 degrees. 06 knots. Wind variable between 130 degrees and 200 degrees. Visibility 10 kilometers or
You're right.
In 2013, when we made this airline,
What's taxi
bring
call
their
survey.
safety as our highest priority. All aircraft
Radar
already
here.
equipped
Rio
with
control.
safety devices such as seatbelt, oxygen
Rio
mask,
control,
and
good
life
morning,
vests.
Abel
In accordance
581.
with
Request
the
radio check.
International Civil Aviation Organization, seatbelts shall be used in flight.
581.
So whenever the seatbelt sign
Rio
is
Control, good evening, Rio 5.
please fasten your seatbelt by inserting the plastic.
Roger, Abel 581 aircraft type Boeing 737-700. We just pushed back out of our parks and Santos Dumont, requesting IFR clearance to Brasília, please. And we have information Alpha on board.
Abel 581, you're cleared to Brasília. Correct, you cleared IFR to Brasília, flight 7360. As filed, departure runway 20 left. Boomzo 3 Charlie, departure, Bootcut transition, squawk
We have this big hangar which able to accommodate up to 8 jumbos, a 380
Roger that, to Brasília via the Boomzo 3 Charlie, departure runway 20 left via the Bootcut transition, and our squawk number is 3670 for Abel 581.
Abel 581, read back correct, or are you ready for taxi?
Call ready for taxi for Abel 581. There we go, folks, we've got some ATC! Woohoo!
In the event of emergency
Flaps
landing,
15.
please take a moment to locate your life jackets. It will be below your seat, under the seat in front of you, or under the bed for first class passenger. To use the life jacket, simply take your life jacket, put it over your head, pass the strap around your waist, clip at the front and tighten it. There's a red tag and mouthpiece for inflation, and whistle to attract attention. Please inflate your life jacket after leaving
Light
the aircraft.
control, check ready. What aircraft? Pull up. Pull down, neutral. Pull left. Pull right, neutral. British.
Whenever the aircraft
Pull left.
feels the oxygen pressure,
Pull right, neutral.
a
Light
mask
controls
will
check
drop from
complete.
the
Flight
belt.
controls check
Put
complete.
it on your nose and tighten the strap. Oxygen will flow when you brake. Secure your mask first before assisting others.
More taxi trips, please.
Before taxi checklist.
Generators on. Probe heat on. Anti-ice off. Isolation valve auto. Recall.
In 2020,
Checked.
you're the
Auto
world
brake.
leaders in
RTO.
aviation
Engine
by
start
number of
levers.
Idle
aircraft,
D10.
Idle
3,000
D10.
airframe
Flight
divided
controls.
into
That
more
is
than
checked.
10
Checked.
child
Ground
companies,
equipment.
including the
Clear.
Abel Pixel,
Clear. Before taxi checklist
Abel
completed.
SAL,
Clear on the left.
Abel Cosmos, Intercontinental,
Clear on the left.
and
Clear
many
left.
more.
Clear right.
Also in 2020, we're the first to introduce the innovation of first Abel Jets living room
And Rio Control, Abel 581, we are ready to taxi.
for business. Abel first class,
Abel
And Abel suit.
581, taxi, holding points runway 20 right, via Juliet Alpha, QNH 1016.
Taxi to holding point runway 20
Before we
right
depart,
by Juliet and Alpha,
please
local
make sure
QNH
all
is
baggage is
1016
secured
for
on the
Abel
overhead
581.
cabin or under the seat in
Alright,
front.
start moving.
Since we've made safety
Brakes
as our
released,
priority,
let's go.
smoking isn't allowed
Need
on
to
any
understand
part
the
of the
ETA there.
aircraft. Please deboard the aircraft if you need to smoke it. Your aircraft is equipped with a life raft in
There we
case
go,
of
ET set.
emergency water landing. Please take a moment to identify your nearest emergency exit. The cabin crew is pointing it out.
We are now nearing our departure time. Please switch your mobile devices into airplane mode now. If you do have any questions, feel free to ask them to our cabin crew. They will be more than glad to help you out. Thank you for choosing us, and thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Have a very pleasant flight.
Runway 31 left for departure, Boeing taxi, Central going back to Regal. Deputado 411 heading, taxi, right turn at Juliet, a left turn on runway 4 left, and home short back to Regal.
Roger, runway 9 left, clear for takeoff.
Before takeoff checklist, please.
Before takeoff checklist.
Flaps.
Flaps 15, green light.
Flaps 15, green light.
Stabilizer trim.
4.6 units.
4.0 units.
Before takeoff checklist completed.
Yeah, right, folks. Remove the safety briefing video. We'll just taxi along slowly. Hearing that we're not familiar with the airport. It's gonna be Boom Show 3 Charlie, folks, as discussed. Yeah, should be good. Cabin crew, sits for takeoff, please. Here on the approach.
Cabin crew, take seats for departure.
And rear control, Abel 581, we are ready for departure.
Abel 581, wind 160 degrees 6 knots, runway 20 left, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 20 left for Abel 581.
Before takeoff procedure.
Okay. Clear on the approach.
Rio control, good afternoon, this is Abel 125, with your radar check.
Sorry, Abel 125, I clicked the wrong button. Rio control, good evening, radio 5.
Roger, Abel 125, aircraft left Airbus 320neo at parking stand 1, request ATC clearance to Brasília, flight level 360 with information Alpha on board.
320 left.
Abel 125, you cleared to Brasília, flight level 360 as far
very short runway
flight
box.
runway 20 left, Pumso 3 Charlie departure, Multica transition, squawk 3637.
Alright, roll box, static takeoff that is. Takeoff.
Takeoff.
Stabilize. Set takeoff.
Roger, we are clear to Brasília, flight level 360 as filed. Runway 20 left, pump 3 Charlie departure, Mutka transition, scope number 6367 for Abel 125.
80 knots.
Check.
Abel 125, read back correct, call ready for push and start.
We'll go Abel 125.
Rotate. Airborne.
Positive climb.
Gears coming up.
Gear up.
Gear up. 400 feet.
Check. Hold now. Flaps 5.
Flaps 5.
Speed checked. Flaps 5 set.
Check. Lock up. And we are airborne, folks. And we control Abel 581 airborne, passing 2,500 feet.
Abel 581, radar contact on departure, passing 2,700 feet. You cleared to climb to flight level 360 without restrictions. I call back for further instructions.
Flaps 1 set.
could you climb to level 360 for Abel 581? Flaps up, speed
Flaps
check.
up.
Speed checked.
Controle Rio, muito boa tarde, ouvindo 730 no parte 1 de...
That was quite an interesting departure, wasn't it, folks? So very steep one.
Upset.
Definitely.
Azul 1720, controle Rio, boa. Eu tenho seu plano de voo agora.
And I think Portuguese is also included in the list of ICAO approved languages. That's why you folks may be listening to ATC chatter in Portuguese. After takeoff checks.
After takeoff checklist.
1720 tá pronto, cópia?
Engine bleeds on.
1720 está autorizado Guarulhos, nível de voo 330. A pista em uso no Galeão é 10. Perfil de saída EVAT 1 Alfa, transição em Sidur. Transponder 3624.
Off we go to Brasília, folks.
Transponder 3624.
Autorizado Guarulhos, rota conforme o plano, saída é verdade.
Squad, high performance takeoff, wasn't it, folks? The runway was just like 1,500 meters long, and we took off one shot of the...
Azul 1720 é saída EVAT 1 Alfa.
Desculpa, EVAT 1 Alfa.
Azul 1720, cotejamento correto, chame pronto para o estacionamento.
That goes downtown Rio in the distance.
Flight level 100.
Standard.
Transition set standard.
Standard set.
Dear guests, we have now climbed to a safe altitude, and you're free to use your electronic devices. Please ensure they are in airplane mode. Additionally, we are pleased to inform you that our onboard Wi-Fi service is now available. Feel free to connect and enjoy browsing during the flight. Thank you for choosing Abel Jets, and we hope you have a pleasant journey with us to Brasília.
Lalu still on the ground, visibly. He's also he's flying the Star Sky livery now, visibly. A320 Neo. Take a look at that bay, folks. It's part of the Rio de Janeiro Bay or something. If you do happen to know the name of the bay there, please do let me know. It's a 2-hour flight to Brasília, folks. Detune the nav speeds.
Detune the navs.
Roger.
Hi Eric, I just want to ask you a quick question. Is the name of the bay on our left hand side the Rio de Janeiro Bay, or is it something else?
Hi, Captain Abel. The bay
One of our bay, they should do.
Especially with the city in the background.
So Rio is the name of the city.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
There she goes.
Abel 125 ready for contact.
Abel 125, push start approved. They left, are ready for taxi.
Roger. Start for heading for west. Arrival for
Rio de Janeiro is the name of the city, and the bay itself is called Guanabara Bay. Guanabara Bay. Shift back in, it's very noisy outside. Straight all the way up. Limit, you'll just use auto. Point 1 actually should be sufficient. Or even climb 2. There we go. Take a look at that photogrammetry data there on our left hand side, folks. Very beautiful, isn't it? This is part of the recently updated Sim Update 19, I think that was called, for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020.
Abel 581, frequency change approved. Unicom 128, have a nice flight, bye bye.
Monitoring Unicom 1122.8 for Abel 581. Thank you very much for the excellent ATC service. Have a great one. Take care.
You too.
Back to Unicom we go. And our prayers have been answered there, folks. We did have some ATC. First time in South America, folks. First time in South America, at least for me and others, or for this YouTube channel, as well as for myself actually in the VATSIM network. Set the heading, set the bank angle selector to 10 degrees there. Should be sufficient for the cruising stage for flight. And also as a side note, folks, in the previous Eric is say pretty proficient in terms of knowledge of the local area here, and about trivial question as well. Some trivial question. Maybe you can ask her some more trivias regarding the area surrounding us, or perhaps regarding our destination. Hi Eric, I just want to ask you about another trivial question. Do you know what Brasília is famous for? I mean, not just being the capital of the country. What are things that Brasília are famous for?
Hi, Captain Abel. Brasília is famous for its modernist architecture, especially the works of Oscar Niemeyer. It's also known for being the capital city of Brazil, with its unique design and layout. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to know.
She's very knowledgeable, actually, folks.
Hi, Captain Abel. Besides being the capital, Brasília is famous for its unique modernist architecture, designed by Oscar Niemeyer. Brazil, in general, is famous for its vibrant culture, including samba music and beautiful beaches, and the Amazon rainforest.
Obviously.
Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to know.
She's very knowledgeable, actually, folks. That's Side Intentions entourage for you. Unfortunately, on the other hand, the tailwinds that pushed us earlier during the previous leg has now changed into a crosswind and turning into a headwind in Mr. B, which is not great. 69 knots there. Put the camera here. Quite beautiful, isn't it? Trust that we'll have some more ATC on our arrival into Brasília, but we shall see. Oh, now I know why our block time is about 2 hours. I think it's most likely due to the headwinds, which are slowing us down. Although in terms of distance between Rio and Brasília, I think it shouldn't be that far apart. funnily enough, our what's it called, Fly Life Studios overlay doesn't really update our heading altitude nor our ground speed, which is quite concerning, I suppose. And hopefully, folks, our next destination, Brasília, it's quite a normal international airport. Why I mean normal is that, you know, it's got ILS approaches and it's not a tabletop configuration, nor that it's near any sorts of mountains or high terrain. It should hopefully make us having a smooth landing and a stable approach without raising any nerves or, you know, sending jolts into my spine or something. And again, unfortunately, Thomas will not be flying on the second leg this evening, since his MSFS has crashed to desktop several times, and yeah, he decided to just be out with it and do something else. But he's watching this live stream, folks. So yeah, hello again, Mr. President of Abel Jets Virtual Group. Hope you are enjoying this live stream, as far as it goes. Should be more peaceful leg now, on the second leg to Brasília. And we are still on time with the BSB. Our expected departure time was like 15:15 Zulu, and it is now. Oh, sorry, and we departed at like 15:12, which was like 3 minutes earlier. No, and it appears that window is also flying, folks. It's flying on 172 in Arizona. So yeah, shout out to him in case that he's watching this live stream. we have reached our cruising altitude for our second leg this evening to
Ladies and
Brasília.
gentlemen, we have now reached our cruising altitude on Abel Jets Flight 581 from Rio de Janeiro to Brasília. Our estimated time en route is approximately 1 hour and 31 minutes. We will be starting our snack and drink service shortly. Today, we have a delightful selection, including our popular cheese rolls and refreshing tropical fruit salad. After the service, we'll also be offering a selection of items from the Abel Jets shop.
The crosswind is slightly turning into a headwind though, which is not great. On the left side of the aircraft. Let's try the other side now, on the right hand side. There we go. Square, isn't it? All the same actually, but still the photogrammetry still top notch. World Update 19, this is Fox. Take in Brasília this afternoon. Wow, there are lots of ILSs. Actually, just switch over to the company frequency. There we go. Oops, wrong window. Company calling.
Go ahead, company.
Ini approach di Brasília. ILS yang mana ya? Ada Victor X-Ray Zulu.
Coba-coba aja bang, mana-mana statistik.
Alright, the X-Ray one has a DME arc tracking there, Victor Juliet Kilo. Difference between the Victor one and the Zulu one. The minimums are higher in the Victor one. Interesting. The fixtures are the same.
Landing runway-nya di mana ntar? Kira-kira?
Sejauh ini 11 right sih, Cap. Boleh minta tolong dicek kalau di flight radar apakah traffic juga landing di 11 right?
Oke, siap.
Zulu. I think it lies on the misapproach procedure. The differences between the Victor and Zulu ILS approaches. Yeah, it is. See, the differences on the misapproach procedure. So on the Victor approach, the misapproach procedure starts on the threshold there, but on the Zulu approach, starts after the threshold. We'll just use the Zulu one, which hopefully should connect with the rest of the star there. Oke Cap, kalau yang baru aku lihat di charts ya, kalau bedanya ILS Victor sama Zulu, kalau runway 11 right, dia bedanya di misapproach procedure ya. Kalau yang Zulu dia lebih straightforward gitu, jadi baru ada turn itu setelah ujung runway. Tapi kalau yang Victor dia ada turn just before the runway threshold gitu. Jadi kayaknya pakai yang Zulu aja kalau misalnya kita jadi pakai runway 11 right karena lebih simple.
Oke, siap. Berarti ILS Zulu 11 right, startnya Civic to Alpha, transition SBSP.
Iya, Koget to Alpha kayaknya tadi namanya. Dan transition ECP.
Oh, oke, berarti Koget to Alpha ya.
Tapi nggak tahu ya Cap, kalau di flight radar apakah itu juga runway yang aktif ya. Kalau ini aku cuma ngikutin kata si brief sih.
Kayaknya sama aja dua-duanya aktif, tapi kalau currently arrival traffic sih pakai 11 left, tapi buat jam yang lalu tuh masih ada yang 11 right juga.
Oh, Cap, apa mau pakai 11 left aja?
Bebas.
So we change runway to 11 left in this speed. Iya sih, kalau pakai yang pakai 11 left kayaknya nggak akan potong approach path-nya yang ke 11 right juga sih. Kalau aku lihat di Navigraph dia pakainya ILS Yankee, berarti yang pakai itu ikut RNF fix, soalnya kalau yang ILS Whiskey dia pakai DME arc. Terserah dirimu sih lebih nyaman ngikutin DME arc atau RNF fix.
Aku ngikut aja deh. Yang mana?
Oke, Cap, aku pakainya yang Yankee berarti. We'll just take the Yankee approach 1 Fox because
Roger,
as we
11 left Yankee ya.
AFM.
Startnya apa?
Sama kok, Kogen to Alpha ECP transition.
Oke, Kogen to Alpha ECP transition ya.
Bedanya nanti di initial approach fix-nya aja. Kalau sekarang kita pakainya Cogno berarti IAF-nya. And then Fox Show runway 11 left for arrival at SBSP.
Iya, thank you bang.
Sami Cap. We'll use the what's that called?
Iya, aku nggak berani freestyle bawa kapal karam sih kalau ada ATC.
Ya sayang sekali guys. Padahal keren tuh tadi mau bawa DJ9.
Bahaya, soalnya ya nanti kalau sama-sama bingung kan susah juga.
Perkara sulit. Cap, tapi aku baru lihat kalau kita pakai 11 left itu taksinya lebih jauh. Kalau 11 right nanti langsung belok tuh ke terminal. Kamu mending mana? Yeah, we just saw this, folks. If you take 11 left,
Oke, benar juga.
we'll need to taxi a bit longer than if we decided to take 11 right. So I'm currently discussing with Lalu if we'll take the left on the runway.
Tapi kalau nggak mau motong, sebenarnya one right bisa pakai Civic to Alpha.
Oh iya, bisa ya Civic to Alpha ya.
Ya, biar nggak motong kalau mau.
Boleh deh, berarti 11 right ya. 11 right Civic to Alpha, ILS yang apa tadi yang dia nggak di DME arc ya, biar taksinya juga cepet ke parking.
Oke, siap. Berarti dulu ya tadi?
Iya, Zulu. We'll change our plans, folks. We'll be again flying back through the expecting to shoot for the ILS Zulu runway 11 right, ensuring that the taxi distance into the gate will be much shorter. And if we decided to take 11 left there.
Standby, kok aku nggak ada Civic to Alpha ya?
Nggak ada charge-nya apa? Nggak ada di itu di pesawatnya?
Nggak ada di pesawatnya.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Fly Lab Studios overlay has frozen again, folks. Trying to repair that, but yeah, it's still a bit problematic, unfortunately.
Ya, nanti aku motong aja deh.
Roger, Cap. Get back into the flight deck. Prepare shit for arrival. So it's gonna be runway 11 right, wasn't it? Via the Civic to Alpha to the ILS Zulu runway 11 right. Civic to Alpha via ECP ILS Zulu 11 right. Via the Civic transition. Check that on the next page. See. Step through flight plan for the Bravo Romeo. Civic 770 to check that to 11 right. Looks good. Execute that. I'll set the approach fix. It'll be runway 11 right. The approach fix will be on the course of 108 or 99. Eight 108, wasn't it? Just cross check. Affirmative. 108 15. Just for the situational awareness rings as usual level ups. 108 10. 08 5. Into the box. Skid. There we go. Go back to the map. The theory is still pretty far away there. Clear skies all around us. Hi Erica, I just want to ask you a quick question. How are things going on back there? Everything good?
Hi Captain Abel. Everything is going smoothly back here. The passengers are settled in, and we're preparing to start the snack and drink service shortly. I'll keep you updated if anything changes. Thank you for checking in.
Roger, no worries.
Everything is going smoothly back here.
Where will this position report function? Send report to? Because it was like highlighted for a bit and now doesn't do anything. I think it's the same for the progress report function as well. As for the RTA, required time of arrival. By the way folks, I need to go to the loo again, it appears to be, the lavatory. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know through the comment section. I'll catch you guys again shortly. Alright folks, I'm back in the flight deck. Oh, take a look at that lake on the right hand side. Quite beautiful, isn't it? Let's ask Erica again, what's the name of the lake there? Considering that she's very knowledgeable of this region, used to be. Hi Erica, just want to ask you another quick question, if you don't mind. What's the name of the lake on our right hand side?
Hi Captain Abel. The lake on our right hand side is called Lago Paranoa. It's a large artificial lake in Brasília known for its recreational activities.
Oh, it's an artificial lake.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
So it's like for water reservoirs and something. There's a similar lake in West Java, near the city of Bandung, where I used to live. Yeah, there's like this artificial lake that's used for water reservoir, especially during dry seasons, so that crops on the nearby plantations and the overall West Java region will not get dry. Okay, dry out. Into the stream, folks. Wasn't expecting this one to be that long, but it turns out, yeah, it's quite long actually. 4 hours. Fortunately, we started an hour earlier than usually. That's 7 PM. So I decided that we are approaching our top of descent there. About 100 miles to go. So the approach briefing now for the procedures. This evening we'll be taking the Civic to Alpha Star into Brasília. We'll be taking runway 11 right for arrival. Initiating our approach from Recife, our arrival from Recife to São Paulo, then to Bravo Romeo 046, where we have got a speed restriction of 220 knots and an altitude restriction at level 100 or more there. And also at Civic maximum 190 knots at 6,000 feet or more. Transition level is YATC, but we'll assume that to be level 080 if there is no ATC online. Civic minimum altitude may be 7,000 according to the IAPQs that's been checked. Airport elevation is pretty high there, folks, 3,500 feet. We'll inform gladly regarding that. Company calling. Company calling Captain Lalu.
Go ahead, company.
Weathernya buruk Cap di Brasilia, lagi ada badai petir, visibility cuma 2000 meters.
Oke, menarik caranya tantangannya.
Sama ini bandaranya dia ketinggian tinggi ya, high levels, jadinya approach-nya mungkin agak lebih cepet ya. Airport elevation 3,500 feet, setara Bandung lah kurang lebih.
Oke, siap.
Weathers are not looking great there, folks.
Ya nanti kalau emang terlalu gelap sih paling holding.
Roger. Tapi harusnya straightforward sih, ini approach-nya nggak terlalu ribet kok. For the approach itself, folks, we'll be taking the ILS Zulu into runway 11 right as disclosed.
Bisa ILS kan aman lah harusnya, nggak kapal karam.
737 cap, aman lah. Taking the ILS Zulu approach to runway 11 right, the localizer frequency is on 1099. Just been pre-selected. The final approach course is on 108. We'll adjust that. 108. 108. It's good. The platform altitude will be 5,150 feet there. Flaps 30 as well. Please try to set up the what is it called, the FSD crew rifle briefing menu here. Platform altitude 5,150 feet. This approach altitude will be at 6,000 feet. The minimum is 3,747 feet. We'll add that with policy mix, that 3,787 feet. As I've mentioned, the airport elevation is very high, not very high, but quite high, 3,500 feet. The MSA around terminal control area is 25, sorry. The ARP, the MSA should be, the MSA is 6,000 feet, all around the airport reference point there. Position level by ATC, but we'll assume that to be level 080. Be arriving from Pacific there, 6,000, and to mandatory 5,500. We'll have to cross check that in our FMC. Need to 5,500, that is checked. Good, and also here one at Bravo Romeo 077, mandatory 5,500. TOSAC, all the way to touchdown. Course is 108 degrees, about 4.4 miles from the from touchdown there. Probably final approach fix. It's a standard 3-degree glide slope all the way to touchdown. RVR's 700 feet. Sorry, 700 meters. According to the latest META, it's still quite sufficient to land, so should be good. And besides all of those, I will refer the remaining briefing to FSD crew. Do you have control?
You have control.
I have control.
Auto brake one, shall we? Because the runway is very long.
Are you ready for the approach brief?
Okay.
The arrival routing will be via the ATC assigned star, complying with all published speeds and altitude restrictions. for an ILS approach, planning a flaps 30 landing. Final approach fix altitude is 5,100 feet. Decision altitude is 3,787 feet. Missed approach altitude is 6,000 feet. Taxi route in will be as assigned by ATC. We'll be arriving at a gate. Descent speeds and navigation radios are set. Airport NOTAMs have been reviewed. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
No questions.
Approach brief complete.
Gonna choose the 1019 in Brasília. Cynthia doing the before descent checks. Set up actually. I have control.
I have control.
You have control.
Minimums 3787. We'll wind that up. Again, this will take some time, but you know, patience is the name of the game, as usual, blocks. Halfway through. 3787 is the number that we are planning to reach. Descent checklist, please.
Descent checklist.
Pressurization. Landing altitude is 3,500 feet.
Check.
Recall checked. Auto brake level 1. Landing data.
VREF 128, minimums 3787 feet.
VREF 128, minimums 3787 feet.
VREF 128, minimums 3787 feet. Approach briefing.
Completed.
Completed.
Descent checklist completed.
Funnily enough, I can't see the CVs on the radar display. It's pretty strange. Hi Eric, I just want to let you know that we will be starting our initial descent into Brasília in about 10 minutes. Could you please inform the passengers that the weather in Brasília is not currently the best? We've got some thunderstorms ahead and potentially some turbulence as well into our arrival. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your lead flight attendant Erica speaking. We will be starting our initial descent into Brasília in about 10 minutes. Please be advised that the weather in Brasília is currently not ideal, with some thunderstorms expected upon our arrival. We ask that you remain seated
turbulence in the distance there, ladies and gentlemen, if you can see on our right hand side. About 30 miles run from our top of descent there. Quite close already. There goes the cloud layers over Brasília, the Mr. B. But funnily enough, it's not being detected by the weather radar, it's not being picked up by the weather radar of our aircraft. This is the latest META from Brasília according to Navgraph. So it's being recorded at 1816 Zulu. Zulu. Winds are at 070 degrees 7 knots. Varying from 010 to 110. Visibility is just at 2,000 feet. Thunderstorms of rain. Rugged clouds at 2,000 feet. Few clouds at 3,000 feet with some cumulonimbus. Temperatures at 22 degrees, dew points at 20 degrees Celsius, and the local fluidage is 1019 hectopascals. It's quite a long META, which means that the weather's not necessarily the best. You know what, folks, next time we fly to Brazil, I think we should explore the Amazon jungle, because we are presently quite far away from the omnipresent jungles there. Or yeah, I think we should plan for one. Hopefully in the near future, we shall see. And there goes our top of descent. You know, it's quite funny having the camera placed outside here, but I can still monitor the vertical deviation of the aircraft using the WinWing PFP3N just next to my joystick here. We are currently 29 feet high on profile, back on profile now. Quite funny. Again, unfortunately I don't have like a camera or a mounting system that I can use to display or show the actual unit itself as far as we are speaking. Considering that I will need to buy some more ports into my laptop, USB ports, that I can, you know, plug in the camera and perhaps show the actual PFP3 unit to you guys, but it's not that ideal, unfortunately. All of the ports in my laptop have been used, and that's also considering that I'm currently using a port extension, a Ugreen port extension for my laptop, so that'll be like, sorry, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus in total. Only one remains, but that one port will not be available to provide the usual 5 amps power, 5 amps 12 volts power into the system. That goes about this over Brasília. As I've mentioned, the weather is not necessarily the best. Let's see, the weather radar is not picking up anything. But again, this is a default MSFS weather radar. Unfortunately, PFDG has given up in trying to set their own weather radar for the 737 NG. On a side note, folks, I completely forgot that this aircraft has a custom cabin in it. Well, it's the usual Abel Jets MCC 2-class configuration. So we've got the business class up front and the economy class on the rear. It's quite an old aircraft actually. Yeah, I think this particular one was repainted in 2023 or 2024. There goes the IFE screens as well on the seats. Got some literatures as well. And that's the Abel Jets Wise Flights and SFS Fleet Guidebook, also provided for the passengers. I wonder if they could fit one more row here. Perhaps in a higher density configuration they could. It's like almost like a waste of space. Or yeah, so be it. Yeah, right, let's head back in to head back into the flight deck. So we are currently on a descent to Brasília for our final leg in this evening's live stream. There goes the class divider, which separates the business class and the economy class. I see 2023 it must be. 2023 progressed a decade. 10 years of Abel Jets Virtual Group, wasn't it? Level 230 now. We'll lower down our altitude selector to level 100. Yeah. That as well. Oh, there goes the CB, the first CB this afternoon. This afternoon in Brazil, that is. Or this evening on my time zone. That's quite funny. So the seatbelt signs have been on throughout this leg. Pushing through level 100 now, descending to level 100. All the way down. We'll set back the bank angle selector to 25 degrees for the approach. There goes the cloud layer and the storm surrounding Brasília. Ah, it's a local CB, the meta said, not a towering CB. That's why we could see, you know, plumes of clouds surrounding the aerodrome all the way from the distance, because it's just a local CB, not a towering CB, which could have been more, you know, dangerous in a way. What's the VR frequency, by the way? The airport here, 1175. We'll tune that until we are on the base leg. Error. It's quite funny. There we go. Taking a kilo. Now AT is 50 degrees. That means we will not need to engage the anti-eye systems. There goes the cloud layers. The visibility is still not great, 2,000 meters only. hour and a half into the flight now. Lower it down to 5,500. Let's set up the camera for approach here. We'll put it on the other side of the aircraft now, considering that we will be conducting a 180-degree turn to align ourselves with runway 11. Go. There's somewhere around here, should work.
Flight level 100.
Okay. There goes the landing lights. Yeah, we
Kindly put your tray tables away and return your seats to their upright position. Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened. Upon arrival, Abel Jets staff will provide information regarding connecting flights. Thank you.
Sorry, some lightnings.
Cabin crew, please check that everyone is seated and has
Pause the
fastened
music
their
for arrival.
Captain, cabin is ready.
Roger that, thank you very much, Erika. We are now about 10 minutes to landing. Position set, level 10, whatever.
I'll make the announcement to the passengers regarding our approach and the weather
Transition
conditions
set
in
altimeter
Brasília.
1019.
1019 set.
And gentlemen, this is your lead flight attendant, Erika speaking. We are now about 10 minutes from landing in Brasília. Please ensure that your seatbelts are fastened, your tray tables are stowed, and your seats are in the upright position. The weather in Brasília is not ideal with thunderstorms expected, so
Once you're
we
right,
ask
wasn't
that you
it?
remain seated for your safety. Thank you for your cooperation, and we hope you have enjoyed your flight with Abel Jets.
There we go. Approach checklist, please.
Approach checklist.
Altimeters.
1019 set 1, 2, and 3.
1019 set.
1019 set. Approach checklist completed.
We'll activate the VSD on Cynthia's side. There we go. VSD is active. Hope the aircraft will slow down here.
falls into level.
Sure. Altimeter's alive.
Radio, altimeter alive. Cabin crew, take your seats.
Flaps 1 for arrival, please.
Flaps 1.
Speed check.
Sorry, some lightnings there.
Flaps 1 set.
Check. On the speed brakes. We're in the storm now. Gust rain. Downtown Brasília overhead, folks. Oh, that's pretty intense. Because the localizer or lock capture. Flaps 5 please.
Flaps 5.
Speed checked.
And we are established.
Flaps 5 set.
Brasília traffic Abel 581 is established on the localizer ILS runway 11 right. We are 10 DME Brasília. Army approach mode. Command Bravo.
Command B.
Autopilot on.
This approach altitude will be to 6,000 feet there. We are still below the glide slope. It appears that the weather is clearing, isn't it? Or is it just me? Oh yes, in VFR
Final
now.
Approach fixed, height checked, missed approach, altitude not set.
Yeah, the thunderstorm is clearing. Gear down, flaps 15.
Gear down. Flaps 15.
Gear down.
Glide slope
Speed
captured.
checked.
6,000 feet set on the missile approach. Altitude. Selector.
1,000.
1,000 feet, not stable.
Stand by. We are still at 6 DMA.
Flaps 15 set.
Flaps 30.
Speed checked.
Landing checklist.
Landing checklist.
Standby. Flaps 30 set.
Yeah, the rain is subsidizing there. Landing
checklist.
Speed brake.
Armed.
Landing gear.
Down 3 green.
Down.
Flaps.
30 green light.
Flaps 30 green light.
Landing checklist completed.
Brasília traffic Abel 581 is on a short final, runway 11 right, Brasília. Cleared.
Cleared.
Over a highway there. Disconnecting automatic, safe control.
500 feet.
Manual flight.
Autopilot off.
I have control.
400.
Very high.
Approaching minimums.
Approaching minimums. 300. Minimums.
Minimums.
Continue.
Continue.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Stay on.
Speed brake up.
Reverse is normal.
Reversers normal.
Check.
Auto brake disarmed.
Manual
Manual braking.
60 knots.
Checked.
Minus 146 feet per minute. The LED show not bad. Take it properly. Should be the terminal area.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Brasília. We hope you enjoyed the flight. The local time is 1:44 p.m. The weather here is a bit stormy with
Brasília
some
traffic,
thunderstorms, so
runway
please be
11 right,
cautious
high
as
speed
you make your way
vacated
through the
Brasília.
airport. Brasília is known for its stunning modernist architecture, designed by Oscar Niemeyer, and its unique city layout. It's a fascinating place to explore, so we hope you have a wonderful time here. We kindly ask you to remain seated with
Fortunately, the storm was subsidizing there.
final parking position.
Subsiding. Subsidizing.
On behalf of Captain
Subsidy.
Father Abel, First Officer Cynthia Schmidt, and our entire crew, including Anna, Lucas and Maria, we thank you for flying with Abel Jets today. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Have a great day.
APU on the buses.
Roger. Thank you, Cynthia. On to Kilo now. Brake temperature is looking good. Ooh, hello there. We'll take Lima 6 and we'll go into the main apron. We'll just take the southern pier. Oops. Sway quite a lot there. Maximum span 36 meters, yeah, we can. Lima 6, we go. Launcher. FD1 off. FD2. 1 off. Stand 26. Sorry, we'll just take gate 26 showing. Cabin crew, disarm doors and slides, please.
Lights and doors.
Check. APU on the bus.
All doors in park. Dear passengers, we have reached our final parking position. Captain Abel and the cabin crew are now saying goodbye. We wish you a nice stay here in Brasília or a safe ongoing travel.
By the way, this is a freeware scenery, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a quick look into that way later, once we are safely parked. There we go. So indeed on the bus. Right, ET hold. Shutting down engines 1 and 2. Shocks have been set, and brake can be released. There goes Cynthia. We're resetting all of the systems back. Shutdown checklist, please.
Shutdown checklist.
Fuel pumps off. Probe heat auto. Hydraulic panel set. Flaps.
Up, no lights.
Up.
Parking brake.
Released.
Released.
Engine start levers.
Cut off.
Cut off.
Weather radar.
Oops, still on. Off.
Off.
Off. Shutdown checklist completed.
And we are done. Boarding, please. There we go. Safe and sound in Brasília, ladies and gentlemen, for our final leg this evening. What time is it? Almost midnight in Indonesia here. Wow, this scenery is quite a stark contrast when compared to Rio and São Paulo, Congonhas. It is not laggy at all. It's quite a sharp 60 FPS here on my end, flying the PMDG 737. And folks, this is a freeware scenery, which looks absolutely stunning. This could have been a payware. Let's take a closer look to it, shall we? I mean, it's got interior, folks. It's got some interiors, and it's a freeware. I can't ask more. Heading into the terminal now to see what it has to offer, at least on the 7th pier here. See, this is payware quality, folks. This could have been a payware, but no, it's completely free from flightsim.to, which is quite insane. It reminds me of the freeware personal scenery that we also have from flightsim.to. which is also of this amazing level of quality.
Brasilia traffic, Abel 125, service localized at runway 11 right, Zulu.
Oh, what is this lag? And all of a sudden, perhaps it's GSX? Nice, alright, it's gone. Quite strange. Alright, let's plane spot Lalu's arrival, folks. Fortunately, the thunderstorm was subsiding when we arrived here in Brasília. There it goes. No, that's not an aircraft, that's an A350. And funnily enough, it's veering off the roadway. Alright, so we've got two incidents this evening on our live stream, folks. The first one was Lalu crashing onto the embankment on Rio Santos Dumont Airport. The second one is this A350 just veering off the roadway. Fortunately.
Brasilia traffic, Abel 125, short final runway 11 right, Brasilia.
Lalu. Info cap ada crash runway 11 right. Di sebelah kirimu ada 350 overrun. Be careful aja.
Okay, roger.
Let's plane spot Lalu. Dia tadi landing biasa gitu tapi tahu-tahu ngesot ke kiri dia, ngesot overrun terus muter-muter gitu. Wait for Lalu to appear out of the thunderclouds. There he goes. Then he's flying the Abel Jets MCC A320neo in the Star Sky special livery. Funnily enough, I can't see his landing gears. Oh, there you go. Down he goes. Oh, the gears are stuck in the half-open position. Very interesting. But yeah, that's the Star Sky livery of Abel Jets MCC. From my memory, she's registered as Golf Alpha Juliet Victor Bravo with the nose name of Gwendolyn Owens. One of our, let's say, groundbreaking special liveries when we introduced it to the Wiseflight H-Quarters community. You know, it made some noise back then in 2020, I think that was. Nice landing caps. Yeah, what happened to his landing gears?
Petirnya menyambar.
Iya, petirnya banyak banget. Something is definitely going on with with his landing gears.
Dirimu parkir di mana?
Aku pier yang South Cap. Stand number 26.
Roger, 26.
Lucunya kalau di tempatku, dirimu itu landing gearnya setengah kebuka.
Berkar.
What a beautiful livery, isn't it, folks? Designed by yours truly. Was available for Wise Flight Simulator in 2020 and it's been available for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 since last year, if I remember correctly. Yeah, his landing gears are definitely missing there. Not missing, but just not deployed. Yeah, let's just imagine that he's driving a maglev train instead of an aircraft. But funnily enough, his wheels are spinning. So that's definitely something with the fly-by-wire A32NX being used as a model matching. But nonetheless, a very beautiful aircraft. Thomas did fell in love with this particular one. Just saying. It's quite a shame that the gears don't deploy. Could have been a very beautiful screenshot here. Pak, landing gearmu serius itu posisinya down. Soalnya kalau di tempatku cuma kebuka setengah gitu ya.
Serius lah, nggak mungkin bisa jalan kalau nggak down.
We'll wait for him to park his aircraft, and I think this particular angle looks good for a screenshot, isn't it? No, thanks. I think the boarding is complete or outside. And 5 hours into the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty darn insane. more like the longer live streams that we've had in the 737. And there he goes. Yeah, at least we can't see his landing gears from this angle, can we? So you should mask the landing gears pretty well. There we go. Yap, dirimu install scenery custom yang di VATSIM.io nggak buat Brasilia?
Ya kok download itu, yang link yang dimu kasih.
Iya, ini freeware tapi quality scenery-nya kayak payware, anjir bagus banget interiornya. Cakep juga. Kalau mau tuh muter-muter ke dalam gedung terminal, bagus juga ininya, interiornya. Take a quick look, shall we? Just strolling around. Oh, it ends here, unfortunately. And this spot is not animated.
Iya benar, aku lihat dari luar sih bagus kelihatannya mas.
So we got some more interior. Taxiway signs-nya juga rapi banget, considering ini freeware ya.
Itu namanya orang sedekah, Pak.
Oh iya, bener juga orang sedekah ini. See folks, and this is the Northern Pier. Looks absolutely stunning, isn't it? And it's a freeware. It's a freeware scenery. I can't really recall who made this one, but it's definitely on VATSIM.io, and I would highly recommend that in case you're flying into Brasilia. And it's quite well optimized as well. We are getting 60 frames per second here in the PMDG 737. Oh, fuckers. Pak, kamu coba lihat Pak di arah mana ya ini? Di arah kiri kita ada Fokker 27 tapi udah jadi bangkai.
Standby.
Coba tuh di kiri lah, daerah kiri kita. Kalau di live streamku kameranya sekarang lagi mengarah ke situ. Ada bangkai Fokker 27 anjir. Kapal yang biasa kamu bawa. Di sini udah jadi bangkai anjir.
Kita ya?
Kenapa, Cap? Iya, di kiri kita.
Tapi 2 dimensi ya?
Kayaknya data fotogrametry sih.
Yang dekat gudangnya yang ada air catering kan?
Yang ini, aduh. Oh bukan, kirinya tam. Ini loh, kalau kamu lihat di stream, di kirinya tam dia.
Yang sama, mobil-mobil tak itu lah.
Iya, kiri-kirinya mobil bekas itu. Sebenarnya data fotogrametry sih, tapi dia bentuknya kayak Fokker 27.
Yang di dalam ini pagar-pagar ini kan?
Di luar pagar sih ini. Ini loh angle-nya kalau kamu lihat di stream. Jelas banget ini Fokker 27 ini. This is the aircraft that flies off.
Tapi di aku lebih burik kelihatannya.
Wah iya. This is the aircraft type that often flies.
Beneran 2 dimensi.
Perkara sulit. This is the aircraft type that often flies, folks. The Fokker 27 by B. Corant, available from VATSIM.to. It is being scrapped here, at least in Brasília. The city itself, on the distance there, is pretty well modeled. The city of Brasília, the capital of Brasília, Rio de Janeiro, with the flowing rivers there.
Anjir, aku sampai lupa retract flaps.
Wah iya. Alrighty then, folks, I think with that we can conclude this evening's live stream, considering that no one else is on approach. Thomas is currently flying somewhere else with the Abel Jets MCC A380. Okay, so first things first, I would like to deliver my absolute gratitude to the ATC controllers from VATSIM Brazil, namely Gael Duchesne, sorry, hopefully that's the correct pronunciation, and 1325371. Thank you very much for your guys' outstanding service, and hopefully we will meet again sometimes in the near future. I would also like to deliver my gratitude to Lalu, first officer in the Abel Jets Virtual Group, for quite literally almost always being there when we are doing our live streams. Thank you very much for your consistency there, mates. And I've just met him a few days ago in Bandung. I'm not in Bandung currently, so yeah, I hope I'll meet you again soon. Again, sorry. I would also like to thank Thomas, corporate president of Abel Jets Virtual Group, who had joined us in our first leg this evening when we flew from São Paulo, Congonhas to Rio de Janeiro, Santos Dumont Airport. Thank you for joining, and I wish you a safe flight for your current flight from Bali to San Francisco. The P2B is flying an Abel Jets MCC A380-800, the fly-by-wire one. So safe flight and safe landing as well. Hopefully much later on San Francisco. And in case that you haven't done so, folks, please do leave a like on this video. It will greatly help the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm on the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel. Share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat and in the comment section as well when this live stream has ended. Share this live stream with your friends and colleagues in case you want to share the ventures, should I say. And also, if you haven't done so, please subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for free. We do weekly live stream, also not consistently, unfortunately, but yeah, it's usually on Friday evenings like this one. Where we, fly from different cities across the globe and perhaps sometimes do some VFR flying as well with our beloved visual airline. And also don't forget to hit the bell button on the right hand side of the subscribe button so you will not miss any future contents that Abel Jets Virtual Group will make on this YouTube channel. If you're interested in flying, if it's quite late already, I'm not really fond of talking at this hour, so just trying to be a bit sane at this stage. In case that you're interested in flying with Wise Flight Simulator's biggest airline with more than 3,000 registered aircraft in its fleet, and also a fledgling Microsoft Flight Simulator virtual airline, which is Abel Jets Virtual Group, obviously. You can head to our official website at www.abeljetsgroup.weebly.com, or alternatively the link is available on this description, on this live stream's description, or in the YouTube channel's description as well. With that, I think we can conclude this evening's live stream. Thank you very much for everyone who's been watching from the beginning until the end. I wish you all the best of health, the best of luck, and I hope to see you guys again in the next one, where we hopefully will be flying back in Indonesia with the recently updated Aerosoft CRJ-V2, flying some underserved routes on the island of Sumatra. Alright, if that's done, I think I can sign off for this evening. This is FreezingFalcon, founder and CEO of Abel Jets Virtual Group, signing out. Thank you very much for keeping our dreams aloft, and we shall see you guys in the next one. Take care, and bye bye. Oh folks, I completely forgot to dismiss Erica for this evening, so before we officially end the stream, we'll dismiss her and her teammates, or crewmates, for this evening. Because they've done a fantastic job, as usual.
Company colleague.
Go ahead, Cap lalu.
Oke, thank you bang. Aku mau matiin FU, terus matiin baterai.
Siap, Cap. Thank you very much for this evening, Cap. Hari Minggu mungkin kita terbang lagi ke Sumatera, Cap. Aku mau nyobain CRJ yang baru itu. Kalau misalnya bisa, ya kabarin aja nanti di WA, as usual. Makasih banyak ya, Cap.
Siap, thank you. Nanti kabarin aja. Kemungkinan minggu malam atau siang atau apa?
Ya, biasa minggu malam jam 7 juga.
Oke, siap.
Salam kapal karam.
Salam kapal kargo.
Bahaya sih. Hi Erica, we just want to let you know that you've done an amazing job this evening alongside your crewmates. Thank you very much for your hard work, and I wish you all the best of health, and looking forward for our next adventures together. Take care and see you soon.
Much, Captain Abel. It's been a pleasure working with you and the crew on this flight. I appreciate your kind words and look forward to our next journey together. Take care and see you soon. See.
There she gets. Alright, with that folks, we can officially close this evening's live stream. Again, this is FreezingFalcon from Abel Jets Virtual Group signing out. Thank you very much for keeping our dreams aloft, and we shall see you guys in the next one. Take care and bye bye for now.
It all started with a dream to connect the world, bring people closer together, as well as to diversify and unite the virtual skies. The day dawned crisp and clear at Honolulu International Airport. A maiden flight was going to take action.
Honolulu delivery, Abel 100 at seating 01, with information Alpha requesting IFR clearance to Hilo. Abel 100, Honolulu delivery, you are cleared to Hilo via Pale 3 departure, runway 04 left, squawk 1112.
Hilo ground, Abel Link 221, ready to taxi.
Abel Link 221, taxi holding point runway 26 via Echo Alpha.
Taxi to holding point runway 26 via Echo Alpha, Abel Link 221.
Abel 100, wind 22 degrees at 5 knots, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, runway 26 right, Abel 100.
Our founders have their legacy etched upon the horizon. Gaining wisdom from the past, it was then time for the next generations to put their own footprints and leave their legacy in the virtual skies. A new era was about to begin.
from all of us in flight simulation communities.
We are wishing Abel Jets Group
Happy 10th anniversary.
Happy 10th anniversary.
Thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Here's to another 10 years of making progress to connect the world. To the skies, stars, and what lie above all of them, our real journey has just begun.